have a one-party system right now. It's just that the blue team has a different set of corporate sponsors than the red team. And there's a significant amount of overlap when it comes actually to the war machine and when it comes to AIPAC. So all of these institutions right now seem to give us like these this veneer of having choices and having representation, of having democracy, of having these institutions held accountable. But in the end, like I said from the top, there is no rule that they will not break when it comes to preserving privilege. And that's why you saw, oh yeah, well, we should let Israel investigate itself for war crimes, and they should promise not to do it anymore, and they should definitely stop. And of course, they definitely escalated, because these were never institutions that were designed to have teeth in reining in imperialist excess. Mm-hmm.
History is often unfair. This is in part understandable, as the way we learn of our past is one which is useful to our present times, and we intentionally neglect anything that we may not find necessary to learn about for our current predicaments in the modern age. After all, it makes sense to have a bias to the history of the country which you grew up in, instead of potentially wasting your time reading about the law of some far-off place whose stories don't affect you. Yet this sense of history has confined us somewhat, and if we open our
From New York Times Opinion.
It's extraordinary that we routinely hear Marine Le Pen's party described as fascists, and yet who are acting like the fascists? It's an element of the radical far left.
France erupts in chaos. Protesters flooding the streets, threatening the very foundations of democracy. The nation reeling from unprecedented mayhem and braces for more unrest. So what sparks this alarming descent into turmoil? Sky News to
Here's some data that you can actually read and get a clear sense of. We have some polling data, some post-debate polling data, both public polling data and internal polling data. So Axios reports the latest New York Times Siena College poll found Trump's lead is even bigger, 49-41 among registered voters. Among likely voters in this poll, it's 49-43. 74% of voters overall believe Biden is too old to be an effective president, up 5 points since before the debate. Over. This is over. Yeah. You're losing by 8 points among registered, 6 points among likely voters in the popular vote. So the Republicans, Trump can win the election without the popular vote. If he's got the popular vote by twice the margin of error, it's over. It's done. And if you look inside, these are some leaked internal polls from the Democratic Party. Per Puck News, leaked Dem internal polling from Open Labs. Look at this shit show. Look at this. This is incredible. Now, what did we say after the debate, on debate night? Trump's going to get a bounce. It's not going to be a huge bounce because Trump is such a polarizing figure. The country is so divided that you're not going to see 5 to 10 point swings, but you're going to see 2 to 4 point swings. And that's what you see. On average, you've seen across all of these states, Biden drop another 2 points against Trump in states where he's already losing and cannot afford to drop. So you got North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. Those are in the 10-point range. Those are basically red states now. It's basically impossible. Nevada's getting there, minus 8.8. The post-debate margin. Pennsylvania minus 7, Michigan minus 6.9, Nebraska's 2nd district minus 4.3. That is significant for reasons that I'm not going to totally nerd out and break down for you now because that's a lot of math for 9 o'clock in the morning. But Nebraska's 2nd district, if he wins that, If Trump wins that gets him to 269 without any of the Rust Belt states, which is significant because the Republicans are going to keep the House almost certainly, which means 269 tie would go to Trump. So that is actually significant that he's winning that district, even though it's only one vote in the final electoral map count. Pardon me. Wisconsin -4, New Hampshire -3. Now look at these states that are all of a sudden neck and neck. Virginia, statistical tie. New Mexico, statistical tie. Maine, statistical tie. Minnesota, statistical tie. Colorado, Biden now +2. This is you talk about needing an inside straight. This is beyond an inside straight. This is absolutely devastating. This is game over. According to this data, this is the electoral map if that data held today.
Well, this is what I
333 to 205, the biggest landslide since 2008.
Well, this is what I also don't understand about rank and file voters who are digging in on whether he has dementia at all. What are you even talking about? Like, what are we talking about here? He can't win. Like, what are you talking about? If you're this concerned with Trump, this is what good little boys and girls they are. If this is really about defeating Trump, shouldn't all this fury be directed at the Democratic Party? Shouldn't you be blowing up their phones right now and demanding that they fix this? No. They're not gonna attack their beloved leaders and their beloved Pelosi's and Schumer's. They're not going to do that. They're good little boys and girls. They don't want to make the teacher mad. So they're just even on their own terms that this whole political system is consequential and not a fucking farce where no matter who wins, the public loses. Even if you accept that premise that it's very important that the Democrats win, well, why wouldn't you be attacking the people who made the decisions that got you here and demand that they course correct?
Of course. Look at the map here. Look at the map. This is impossible. No one has pulled it inside straight like this ever. At this rate, you're going to lose New Hampshire. You're going to lose Wisconsin. You might very well lose Virginia, which has been basically a blue state since Obama ran. You're in danger of losing Colorado. I mean, like, the amount of, like, the Democrats have not opened up the map at all. There's not one red state from 2020 that the Democrats have moved into the swing column. Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, those are all solid red. You have Donald Trump securing leads in a lot of close swing states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, now Pennsylvania, it looks like, and challenging you in New Mexico, in Maine, in Minnesota, in Colorado. It didn't take a huge shift. You know, people were saying, well, you know, like the guy who analyzes the presidential historian who said, well, debates don't matter that much. They don't have to matter that much.
Right.
A 2-point swing puts you in a checkmated position.
Also, he was missing the point. This is not, yes, normally they don't, except for when the president is revealed to be suffering from dementia in the debate. Then they matter a lot.
Yes, because then the debate is not really the point. It didn't matter. Like, this could have happened in any forum.
That's a news event.
Exactly.
Please clap.
Here's some data that...
You know, after a moment like this, only President Biden can tell us what needs to happen next or can show us. And I think a lot of this surmising out loud, whether he should or shouldn't, is kind of useless. I know we're in a time crunch, but this needs a week or two so everyone can see what they need to see.
Well, Morning Joe co-host Mika Brzezinski continues to insist that everyone calling on President Joe Biden to drop out of the presidential race should just settle down. You guys are all just being super hysterical, okay? Yeah, democracy's on the line, and people like Mika have been fear-mongering about that incessantly for months on end. And she's also simultaneously promoting the most vulnerable person to run up against Donald Trump in the general election. I mean, the copium on MSNBC was already ridiculous, But when it comes to Mika Brzezinski, she really takes it to another level. And I really do think it's due to the close, cozy relationship that her family has with the Bidens. That's really what this is all about. I mean, it is amazing how far these Democratic operatives and liberals will go in order to protect anyone who's part of their cocktail parties. Now, let's start off with what the reality is when it comes to other hosts. Okay, so to be clear, you have Chuck Todd and Jake Tapper. I have my issues with them, but they've openly questioned Biden's mental fitness. And that's only in the aftermath of the debate, which I was definitely salty about because we've been concerned about that forever. And it's precisely people like Jake Tapper who have run cover for Biden up until this moment. But let's watch what Mika Brzezinski had to say the morning after the debate.
President Biden let every fastball hanging out over the plate go right by for a strike for Donald Trump. So that was an indication that he was just not up to it last night.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on a second. That I agree with everything you said, except for the last part of it. Everybody calm down, and I'll tell you why. I mean, it's fine to not spin what happened last night, and we're not going to. Again,
by the way,
he had
Mika,
a terrible night.
Mika, everybody's calm here. You're the only one raising your voice. Everybody is calm here.
But again, it's the let's just immediately pull this. Let's end this. Let's find someone else.
Listen, while I actually, for once, agree with Joe Scarborough on this specific issue regarding Joe Biden, I don't like the way he talked to her on camera. That was not okay. My husband did that, we'd have some problems. But he wouldn't do that. He's a smarter man than that. Now, Brzezinski continued to defend Joe Biden, though, and she did so this morning. Specifically, she parroted Biden's, in my opinion, embarrassing excuse that he was still jet lagged on the night of the debate. Now, keep in mind that he hadn't just been traveling. He had been at Camp David debate prepping, and he had been home for 11 days. I get it, jet lag is bad, but you're going to blame it on jet lag? Okay. Mika also took no issue with reports that, Hunter Biden is advising Joe Biden and essentially giving him advice on how he should stay in the race.
There's a lot of criticism now that he's saying it was jet lag. I brought this up earlier. It was flying across 12 time zones when your son was convicted on felony counts that wouldn't bring any others to court, but your son is convicted. So that emotional trauma happening while he's abroad. So yes, Hunter's staying close with his dad right now, showing he's okay, showing they're okay. I don't see any problem with that. And again, compare all of that to the alternative who moved his family in to work in the administration.
Thanks for watching. Our audience has helped build TYT into the media.
Good morning. It's 4 minutes after 10 and you are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. And breathe. Seriously. It's not a game, is it? Realise on days like today, it's not a game. We all fall into the trap sometimes of thinking it's a game. How many people this morning casting around for someone to laugh at, someone to hate, someone to fear? That's all a game. All that matters is that a semblance of respectability is restored to our country. That the things that we can all agree on remain or return to the front and the centre. The idea that no one is above the rules, no one is above the law, nobody gets preferential treatment on a constitutional or institutional level. You are, if you like, looking at a government that intends to serve, that sees duty as a public issue, not a personal side order that runs alongside ambition. I never know what I'm going to feel like at the start of a programme, even on a completely normal day. I never know what's going to come out of my mouth when the red light comes on. I knew this morning that Nina Simone would would kick things off because we made that decision before we came in. But beyond that, I've got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. I feel rinsed. I feel washed out. I feel shattered. I feel exhausted. And I feel, for the first time in a very long time, I feel some hope. Keir Starmer is not marching into Downing Street upon a tidal wave of enthusiasm and support. This election has been lost as much as it has been won. But you cannot look at him and his front bench and feel anything like the trepidation that you felt when you saw people like Boris Johnson and Liz Truss assuming the highest offices in the land, neither of whom now are MPs. An extraordinary reflection of just how remarkable this result is, just how remarkable all of this is going to be. I don't think we are even in the foothills of processing the scale of what is underway. Our electoral system has never looked so fraught or so fragile. We are in a multi-party system now, with the Green Party securing 4 seats and Farage's latest bandwagon also securing 4 seats, although such is the nature of the UK media that I won't be surprised if rather more attention is given to one of those phenomena than to the other. And yet the first past the post delivers an extraordinary 34% or so of the vote the Labour Party have got, and they'll end up with about 65% of the seats. But right now I don't care. I don't care. I think that we are hopefully poised to see a return to normality. And that's what's been missing, isn't it, for the last 14 years, or certainly the last 8 years. Normality. If you can hold on to the truth, even if you are the only one, you will not go mad. And the truth has always been that people like Jacob Rees-Mogg had no place in our public discourse, maybe on the fringes of the backbenches, spewing their unevidenced bile and doing their Victorian cosplay. That's fine. We're a great country for eccentrics. We've always been able to indulge and accommodate eccentrics. Same with Jeremy Corbyn, returning to his rightful place as a sort of troublemaking backbencher. Nothing but grace this morning for the people that you might have woken up expecting to feel angry about. A quick word, in fact, if I may, for the people who are casting around desperately for things to get cross about today. Let's just take a few weeks off, shall we? Should we just take a few weeks off from looking for the negatives instead of hoping for the positives? I saw messages this morning which were from the left of British politics, trying to pretend that this is something other than significant, trying to pretend that this is something other than a big victory for Keir Starmer. The numbers are inarguable. The victory is immense, but the business of governing is not about scoring goals or winning elections. The business of governing is ugly and detailed and difficult, and that is what is about to commence. Glance towards Scotland, if you want a brief flavour of just how violently the order of the last 14 years or more has been turned upside down. Listen, you look at some of the people who are leaving Parliament now. You hear the mealy-mouthed, the smallness of hard man of Brexit, Steve Baker, in the news bulletin there. And I don't know why, but even then, even the people that I have come close to hating over the last few years, I think I'm too tired to hate them anymore. Just bye-bye, Jacob Rees-Mogg, bye-bye, Liz Truss, bye-bye, hard man of Brexit, Steve Baker, bye-bye. Don't let the door smash you on the backside on your way out, but just don't, please, bother us anymore. Dorries has already gone. Gullis has gone. So many have gone, and yet we have very little idea of what is going to happen next. It's 10 minutes after 10. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. A Labour landslide has occurred. 410 seats and counting for the Labour Party. The Tories reduced to, it's more, isn't it? It's 412 now, and the Tories reduced to 120. That dreadful, meaningless phrase, supermajority, will be on the lips of Conservative losers up and down the country. A devastating night as their support collapsed on a scale that is generational, a scale that is existential, a scale that has actually never really been seen before. The arithmetic of our parliament, the nature of our democracy, I almost can't handle this. The imbalance between the percentage of the vote and the percentage of the seats in Parliament is I mean, to outsiders, to people who live in a country with different electoral systems, it will be absolutely stunning. The SNP off a cliff, almost out of Parliament entirely, down to 38 seats, is it? I mean, these figures are staggering, absolutely staggering. But we don't know what happens next. All we know, really, is that it's over. And that's where I am going to allow myself a moment of freedom, liberation. I think that we have almost, during our time together over the last few years, we've almost underestimated how terrible some of these moments have been. The detachment from truth, the abandonment of reality, the normalization of lies. How many times have I sat here and said to you, what do you think the worst thing was? What do you think the pivotal moment was? Or if I'd been in a coma for 10 years, could you possibly explain to me how this has happened? That's not over yet. These things are not reversed in a nanosecond. They don't change with a change of government. The work that Keir Starmer needs to do begins really with reputational rehabilitation of politics itself, of Parliament itself. The idea that they're all the same is palpably untrue. The representation of the, I think it's time to speak in fairly clear terms. Racism is now explicitly represented in Parliament. The return of 30p Lee after his outspoken Islamophobia, there are reasons to be worried. There are reasons to be concerned. But the first thing that Keir Starmer has to do, in my view, is restore the reputation of politics itself. This is a country in which Liz Truss could become Prime Minister, in which Boris Johnson could lie and lie and lie again to the House of Commons, not just with impunity in his own mind, but with impunity from the Fourth Estate, with impunity from the media that is historically supposed to represent the people in speaking truth to power. How many people in this profession tickled Boris Johnson's toes as he embarked upon these appalling abuses of power and democracy itself? So I think we'll start our new era together. And as you can probably tell, I'm a little bit dazed. It's a tricky one, isn't it, to know where even to put your foot first on a morning like this. What's the first step that you take? But I think we'll start with what Starmer needs to do. And I don't mean in terms of policy. I don't mean in terms of waiting lists or economic growth. I mean in terms of something that we touched on a couple of Thursdays ago when we talked about the need to restore faith in politics itself, in public discourse, in democracy, and crucially in Parliament. How does he do that? Because that's his first and arguably greatest challenge, is to turn this country back to a place where you could vote, your vote could not win. You could vote for a party that didn't govern, but you wouldn't feel that the party of government was alien to what you held dear. I don't know why I think of John Major quite a lot at times like this. The idea, as someone who has always lent towards the Labour Party, John Major didn't feel like someone who wished us harm or who was going to prioritise personal wealth and ego and ambition over the national interest. Somebody who would lie with ease and impunity to Parliament and to the people. So Starmer's first job, actually, is to restore faith in politics in a way that would be good not just for him and his party, but for the Conservatives and for their party. One of the most gracious speeches of the night was from Jeremy Hunt, the outgoing Chancellor of the Exchequer. Some of the most poignant images to have been broadcast so far this morning involve him leaving Downing Street with his young family. He spoke last night of his children and spoke of pride in the fact that we have a change of government under way, which is not violent, which is a consequence of votes and freedoms and things that we perhaps take for granted because we've never known any different. And speaking of people who've never known any different, there's a generation of voters out there who've never lived under anything other than a Tory government. So what does Starmer need to do first? How does Starmer attack the idea that they're all as bad as each other? How does he begin, if you like, to rebuild the democratic system that we grew up with, where you could hate many of the things Margaret Thatcher did, but you knew that she was acting from conviction. You might have despised her convictions and despised her ideologies, but it wasn't self-interest that propelled her. It was ideology and conviction. Cameron, Prime Minister, because he kind of couldn't really get a job in the city or because he thought he'd be good at it. The idea that these people have gone into politics for faith in the national interest has been laughable forever. Starmer's imperfect, Starmer's flawed, Starmer's many things to many people. He's not the Messiah, but he's certainly not a very naughty boy. And that's his first challenge, really, is to somehow, I hadn't clocked this, actually, until I sat down with you this morning. That's his first challenge, isn't it? He's got to fix politics. Can't fix the country if he doesn't fix politics. Got the populist snarls, the nativist snarls, unbaited on the fringes. He has to fix politics before he can fix the country. So it's 17 minutes after 10. I don't know what we're going to do between now and 1 o'clock. Your guess is as good as mine. I think that company is important. I think it's lovely to be together. I can feel your metaphorical arm around my shoulder, and I hope you can feel mine around yours. If you're angry.
From the New York Times, I'm Natalie Kitchoff, and this is The Daily. Midway through one of the booziest holiday weekends of the year, we re-examine our love-hate relationship with alcohol. Today, my colleague Susan Dominus on how bad, or not, drinking is for you. It's Friday, July 5th. So you and I are both here to discuss our relationship to alcohol, a topic that I think endlessly fascinates us because for the past several decades, we've gotten conflicting guidance on the benefits and risks of drinking. And you, Sue, you decided to finally get to the bottom of it. Thank you.
Well, I tried. I mean, I think a lot of people do have a lot of confusion. I know that I feel that way. My friends and I are talking about it all the time. And I was very happy to have the opportunity to actually look at it journalistically.
I'm curious what it was that made you head down this journalistic path.
You know, about a year ago, I have a dear friend and I kept saying to her, hey, let's, get together for a drink. How's next Tuesday? And she was like a little bit evasive. And finally, we ended up going for a walk, at which point it became clear that she was not avoiding me, but she was avoiding going for a drink. And she was somebody who didn't drink a ton. She was like a maybe a drink with dinner every night person. And she was trying to go to zero. She was doing this because she had been hearing reports on podcasts, headlines, that alcohol was much more dangerous than previously understood. And she just kind of got freaked out, to be honest, and stopped pretty much altogether.
Yeah, I saw those same headlines, some of them in our newspaper. They were hard to miss, even if you were trying to miss them.
Yeah, I think that's true. And I guess I just thought, is it so bad that you need to stop drinking altogether? Is it really even that bad that you need to stop having your one drink a night if that brings you joy and relaxation at the end of a stressful workday? I just felt like it was sort of bizarre that we didn't have an answer to that question.
Right.
And I realized that it was not a question I could answer just by looking at the news right now. I think some of the confusion that we have actually starts because of research that was being published in the 90s. And back then, the news was alcohol might actually be good for you.
There has been for years the belief by doctors in many countries that alcohol, in particular red wine, reduces the risk of heart disease. Now it's been all but confirmed.
There was all this research that suggested that drinking red wine had a protective effect on heart health.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, there was famously an episode of 16 Minutes.
The wine has a flushing effect. It removes platelets from the artery wall.
In which Morley Safer holds up a glass of red wine and says that researchers are finding that this is actually good for your health.
So the answer to the riddle may lie in this inviting glass.
It was news that was really convenient for people. They really wanted to hear that good news.
Supposedly drinking red wine is supposed to be good for me, and so I don't feel so bad if I have, more than one glass.
Oh, I believe it. That's why I drink it. I'm 61 years old.
And wine sales, red wine sales in the U.S. apparently went up something like 40% over the course of the following year. And this is, by the way, right at the moment, I think I became a legal drinker in 1991, So for my generation, this was an incredibly influential study. I actually have a friend who told me that he worried at one point that he wasn't drinking enough red wine to get those health benefits because he wasn't much of a drinker and he felt guilty about it.
I love that.
Hi, Tim.
Hello. Can you hear me?
So while I was reporting this out, I called a researcher in Canada named Tim Stockwell, who has studied alcohol's effects on the body for years. And he was really excited about this research at the time.
So I kind of embraced it, really. I thought, isn't this great? We don't have to tell a really negative story and say it's all bad for you.
Tim was convinced that basically the research was clear, that this was settled science, and he even chastised in a commentary published in Australia's leading medical journal people who were still denying these health benefits as sort of tin hat conspiracy theorist types.
I likened people who were skeptics of the health benefits of alcohol to members of the Flat Earth Society and to people who doubted that men had been on the moon.
But clearly that's not the end of the discussion, right? I mean, the narrative starts to change at some point.
For Tim, that really started to change not long after he published that commentary when he got a call from another researcher named Kay Middleton Fillmore.
She sounded a bit upset that nobody would fund her work on doubting the protective effects, so I heard her out.
who told him that she had a lot of doubts about this research that he thought was so sound.
The idea there were sick quitters.
So Fillmore focused on how the data had been categorized in these studies. And she told him that they often included a category of people called abstainers, people who didn't drink, but that this category also included a group of people who drank and stopped. And they didn't take into account the fact that many of the people in this group likely stopped because they were ill. In fact, Tim calls them the sick quitters.
So you have this group of non-drinkers that actually includes a number of former drinkers and actually potentially sick former drinkers.
That's exactly right. And when you include them in a data set with other non-drinkers, it actually makes people who drink moderately look really healthy in comparison. And this creates the illusion that a moderate amount of alcohol is beneficial.
I have to admit that part of me was intrigued, just there was intellectual curiosity.
And Tim was unconvinced, but was open-minded enough to be curious about whether he was wrong about all of this. And the two of them actually started collaborating together.
And they got totally into it. I remember spending hours and hours and hours.
They ran the numbers, and they came out in 2006 with really different results. And they showed that most likely Fillmore was right. And when you did indeed rearrange the data so that the former drinkers were in a different category, the protective effect of moderate alcohol consumption basically disappeared.
So I kept pinching myself. If we really got this right.
And to Tim, this was super surprising.
So suddenly this settled science is very unsettled.
Yeah.
Boy, did we get commentaries, and it lit a bit of a fuse.
And not surprisingly, the alcohol industry is not so excited about these findings, and they push back.
One very specific thing was a call for a meeting where researchers were invited, and Kay Fillmore was invited.
A symposium was gathered that was partly funded by an alcohol industry group.
And the result of this meeting was to produce a document which basically summarized all the evidence and concluded that there were definitely benefits from drinking alcohol.
And they published a summary of the events afterwards, and they concluded that actually moderate alcohol consumption did have beneficial effects.
And Kay was mad. She felt like banging her shoe on the table in the meeting because she kept saying, no, I don't agree. That's wrong.
So there was a lot of resistance.
And we kept getting criticism. People say, you got this wrong. You should have done that. So each time we'd go back and get more studies.
So Kay Fillmore, Tim's research partner, actually passed away in 2013. But Tim continued on with the research into the health impact of alcohol. And in 2023, he and his colleagues published a massive, massive study.
It was the most comprehensive, the largest study. I think we had close to 5 million individuals represented.
Which found that not only does drinking moderately not have protective effects on your health, but in fact, it increases your risk of all-cause mortality, which is to say dying of pretty much anything. Could be a car crash, could be disease. And that's true for women when they drink even just a little bit less than 2 drinks a day. And for men, that's true at just about over 3 drinks a day. So the idea was that no amount of drinking is good for you. That's the most important takeaway. And at not such high levels, you do start to see this increased risk.
I mean, it kind of sounds like we're going from alcohol in the beginning being portrayed as essentially a health food to now it being a public menace.
Yes, I think one can interpret it that way. And it certainly felt that way, obviously, to a lot of people when they read it. Many, many cancer doctors always did disagree with the idea that, alcohol could be protective. It was always known that drinking increased your risk of breast cancer, of esophageal cancer in very real ways. But I think that was underappreciated by the public. Like lots of surveys always found that information was not penetrating the same way that like red wine is good for your heart had penetrated.
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with
this was now switching the public messaging pretty dramatically.
Right. And this time, for whatever reason, their warnings about alcohol seem to have actually landed a little harder in the public consciousness. I mean, I'm thinking about your friend, for example, about myself and a lot of people I know who are now wondering what to do with that information.
Yeah, that is for sure. I was curious to hear what Tim thought about all this and how he was thinking about it, how he thought we could be thinking about it. I kind of thought that Tim was going to have the zeal of the convert, that he, having been somebody who had reassured everyone that alcohol was just fine for them in moderation, that now he was going to kind of go to the other extreme and be very finger wagging about how bad alcohol was for you, and basically tell me that I shouldn't drink at all. But in fact, do you not drink at all anymore, or is it very occasional for you?
Oh, I'm a light drinker. I'm always astonished.
You slept all day yesterday?
I'm prepared to have 10 minutes of pleasure to feel a little rubbish for several hours the next day.
And yet we all do it. I mean, and so it was really interesting when I got into it with him and tried to talk to him about how he understood the risk.
Well, one of the things I believe is that we should find ways of helping people
I'm turning over a new
grasp
leaf. I'm
the scale
no more
of the
drinking,
risk
sober, Justin.
and
No.
how it compares with things they can get their head around.
What I learned was really a much more nuanced picture.
Big L.
That was too much for me.
Apparently, you went to bed mad early the last 2 nights.
We'll be right back. So this new, nuanced picture of drinking, it sounds potentially very appealing. Tell me what it looks like.
Well, I've been thinking a lot in my reporting about how to help people understand risk in a way that is not abstract, in a way that they can grasp and apply to their lives in a meaningful way. And there are several different ways that you can think about risk. So, for example, we often talk about how a certain behavior might increase your risk of a poor health outcome by a certain percent or by a certain factor. And so what does that look like in terms of alcohol? Let's say I drink 6 drinks a week, which I kind of do, versus someone who has a drink or 2 a week. Tim told me that by having those 6 drinks, I've increased my risk of dying prematurely from some alcohol-related cause by a factor of 10, compared to someone who just has like a drink or 2 a week. Now, that sounds really dramatic, like, whoa, I'm increasing my risk of dying from some, alcohol-related cause by 10 times.
Right.
But even still, it turns out that if I drink those 6 drinks a week, the risk I was facing of dying from an alcohol-related cause was still quite low. On average, that lifetime risk is like 1%. So for me, at this stage in my life, my risk of dying generally is pretty low, knock on wood. And so really any incremental added risk on top of that is going to be quite low as well.
Okay, if I'm getting this right, if you drink 6 drinks a week, you are 10 times more likely to die from any alcohol-related cause than someone who drinks less, which sounds bad, but in reality, that just brings your risk up to 1% total. So you're still relatively unlikely to die from those causes.
That's right. Now, that number, when you apply it across the population, it really is meaningful because if many, many people's risk of dying goes up by a factor of 10, that is a lot of people.
Gotta hold you to that. We gotta make sure you stay healthy.
Thank you, Jared.
So now what? I'm gonna have to drink 3 Guinness tonight? Is that what you're telling me?
I still have 3 left right now.
Yeah, those are the 3 I'm gonna have to drink tonight now.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean? You're not drinking them. Mustard on the beat home.
Are you even a true Kendrick Lamar fan?
What?
Are you even an actual Kendrick Lamar fan?
What do you mean? We all know you just switched sides. You were like probably a big Drake fan before this.
I was just thought you were team pedophile.
Psychotic.
That's what we all were. That's what we all always said.
I know
Jared
you
has to be one of those. What do they call you guys? The minor attracted.
You're like a big Dr. Disrespect fan.
What?
You're a big Drake fan.
He did nothing wrong.
Pedophile. Pedophiles gotta sit together. I bet. Right, Justin?
Jeffrey Epstein's my favorite pedophile.
I exactly. Yep. You probably know the island like the back of your hand.
Yeah, bro.
I'm gonna post a picture of you to r/roast me.
r/roast me? Okay.
Yeah, I wanna see what they say.
Well, let's see what they say.
We played games till like 5 in the morning again. Yet again, Dustin was gone the entire time.
That's not my fault. You guys wake up. You guys have weird hours, man.
Oh, Delulu.
What do you mean Delulu?
Delulu. You're just a little bit Delulu. You know, brain rot doesn't help.
We talk about brain rot. I have the best brain.
Yeah. Do people say you have the best brain?
Yeah, many of the best people say I have the best brain.
We had to take your nap today, so you could stay up past 9 p.m.
I was up much later than that last night.
It was about like 11:30.
Okay, that's past 9.
Barely. We have to enact Project 2025 and the 25th Amendment.
And the 25th. Okay.
Yeah.
Europe in the West did not come easily into capitalism. It was dragged into it, bleeding and screaming. I'd like to dedicate this series to Mr. Bob Taransky, my high school Euro history teacher, who I first heard that phrase from as he began our section on the 30 Years' War. This is the story we want to tell with this series, specifically the story of the 30 Years' War and the apocalyptic wave of destruction it brought across Central Europe from 1618 to 1648. But more broadly, it's the story of the gleaming Terminator skeleton of capitalism, in a state capable of imposing capitalism, being ripped violently out of the fetid, decomposing body of feudalism during the long 17th century.
This is the story of princes and armies, of cool intrigue in royal courts and hot death on the battlefield, of people fighting for a world to come that would redeem the suffering of their lives. But it's also a remarkably familiar set of interlocking and escalating structural crises: climate change, financial collapse, pandemic, and a social fabric torn apart by rapid advances in communication technology. These times may seem remote, but this is also the story of the birth of the modern human subject out of the wreckage of the previous age.
But to welcome a new era, the past had to be destroyed. Through blade, through plague, through fire and brimstone and damnation. I'm Chris Wade.
I'm Matt Crispin.
Welcome to Hell on Earth. October 31st, 1517, All Saints' Day Eve, an obscure monk from the backwater German town of Wittenberg sent a letter containing 95 doctrinal quibbles to the Archbishop of Mainz, and later most likely posted these 95 theses publicly on the door of the All Saints Church in Wittenberg. Nobody could have possibly imagined at that moment, but that simple post would be the beginning of one of the most seismic shifts in thought, society, and culture in world history. Though our series focuses on the events that occur a century later, we have to start here with the Protestant Reformation, the protest movement within the Catholic Church that would grow into a full-on religious schism and eventually lead to the collapse of the idea of Christendom, which had united Western Europe for 1,000 years. So Matt, why do we start the story of the crisis of the 17th century in 1517?
The crisis of the 17th century was brought about by an array of structural causes, from the struggle for the various classes of a dying feudal order to control the levers of newly empowered dynastic states, to the Little Ice Age that deprived the system of the agricultural inputs it depended on. The people of the early modern period did not experience these
I vote that you go pick up
but rather
Yakos.
through the intervening institutions that substantiated their social and political lives. Of those
That's
institutions,
maybe a
none
good
was more
idea.
crucial in providing legibility to the quotidian reality
The one I
of
normally
European
go to,
life
like, they
than
closed
the
it though, so I have to.
After
go to,
the
like,
fall
a
of the
different
Roman
one
Empire,
now.
the Catholic Church
Oh, no.
embodied the spiritual justification for the rule of the congealing military
I wish there was
noble
Yakos.
class
They would.
that had
I hate
inherited the Roman
everything
state's
in us is
defunct
trash.
coercive
You need
power.
Yakos.
The contradictions of a
We
revolutionary
need a
creed based
Chick-fil-A,
on
or we need
universal
a
love,
Chipotle.
justifying the violent rule of jumped-up bandit chiefs, was never far from the surface. But throughout the medieval
won't
period,
disagree.
the church maintained its legitimacy by, among other things, monopolizing the ritual mysteries of Christianity. That monopoly was challenged in the aftermath of the Black Plague by the emergence of literate urban communities who found themselves unable to sustain their commitment to church ritual absent the social rhythms of rural life that had dominated the previous centuries. By the time the crop failures and hyperinflation and military conflicts of the early 1600s began, The notion of Christendom, the Western Latin religious community that encompassed European people from Portugal to Poland, had been irrevocably broken into hostile confessional camps. The pain caused by the decay of the feudal order was expressed socially where it could be, through the creation of new and mutually exclusive conceptions of God. This meant that when the peasants and townspeople, knights and burghers, princes and nobles of the Holy Roman Empire came to open war over the spoils of a waning agricultural surplus, it would be with minds fired by conflicting visions of religious apocalypse and rebirth.
More simply and directly, most of what we want to talk about in this series will be done in the shadow of Luther, sometimes literally in his name, sometimes by passionate true believers, and sometimes opportunistically and for material reasons by those who found a justification or even cover for their motivations in the ideas about God that he nailed to that church door. In the next few episodes, we'll be moving backwards and forwards in history, giving more context about the political and social landscape of Europe that surrounded his life, and then followed directly from the ideas he unleashed. But we have to start with Luther, who had the right mind and critically was born into the right conditions to create a schism that changes the world that came before him into the world we have now. But only then, after much, much bloodshed. Martin Luther was a Chad. He was a pimp. He was an original five-tool player. He served, he slayed, he did not have to go that hard, but he put his whole goddamn Martin Lucy into it. This was a man who, if ever there was one, understood the goddamn assignment.
The original assignment understander has logged the fuck on. So great men, we all know, don't make history, but history does sometimes make men great. The social, technological, and economic conditions of Europe in the 16th century combined to create unprecedented pressures on the authority of the Catholic Church. And for a time, that pressure was contained almost entirely within the person of Martin Luther. It was Luther's particular and extraordinary combination of will and ability that focused that pressure onto the most vulnerable pillars of Catholic authority, and with a ferocious push set about its collapse.
I think we can lay our cards on the table early here and say we are both big-ass Martin Luther fans.
I mean, he's fascinating, that's for sure.
I love talking about this guy. I love thinking about him.
He's one of those guys you look at and you can see, he's a Hegelian figure if ever there was one, embodying a historical moment. If Napoleon was history on horseback, then Luther is history on the toilet.
We'll get more into that in a little bit. Martin Luther was born on the 10th of November, 1483, in Eisleben, in the Saxony area of central Germany. His father had navigated the labyrinth of feudal debts and obligations to move from the son of a peasant smallholder to a copper smelter, eventually establishing a small but stable mining concern. Luther was sent to university in nearby Erfurt, where it was expected he would eventually study law and become a lawyer, improving upon his family's upward ambitions.
Luther's dad, by the way, was a sort of self-starter who made up the bulk of the advancing bourgeois of this period. He was motivated enough himself to take advantage of the loosening feudal obligations of life in rural Germany to save money performing agricultural wage labor enough to move to a city and invest the savings in a profitable business. And these are the people who are going to make the religious revolution that Luther ends up embodying, the urban bourgeois here. And for the Luther family's case, that investment was in the mining sector, which exploded during this period because of technological advances in mining technology. And so, in addition to making a bunch of fortunes of up-jump peasants like the Luthers, it also, along with all the New World medals coming from the Spanish and Portuguese colonial projects, together those things sparked a price revolution that filled the continent for the first time, really, since the fall of the Roman Empire, with hard specie currency. And that helped supercharge economic advancement during this period.
Which had been stagnant for centuries.
Exactly. So while the Luthers are prosperous burghers, and the patriarch Hans becomes a counselor in the town of Mansfeld, even then, though, their fortunes rest, as many bourgeois fortunes did, on a shaky foundation. Hans Luther never owned the mines he worked. He always leased them with borrowed money, and he was never able to actually pay off those debts until just a few years before his death. So he was clouded by the fear of bankruptcy basically his entire life. So the shortest path to secure a prosperous future for the Luther family going forward, for a family that did not have landed holdings, was the same one that was taken by most of the bright children of the emerging bourgeois.
And still to this day.
To this day. Get a degree and work for the imperial bureaucracy. Get a job as a lawyer within the Byzantine court structure of the Holy Roman Empire.
Right.
And through that,
What
public sinecure
is that now?
raised the family's fortune.
Oh my God.
Type of destiny issue.
Don't even know.
They're dropping another raid dungeon. What? No, what's on Friday?
Eminem's album comes out.
Oh my, yeah, it is Destiny related. It's for their players.
What? Oh my God.
What's it called? What's the album called? Houdini?
No, it's called The Death of Slim Shady.
Oh my God.
What?
Well, at least he's admitting it. Gave up a long time ago.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from a Drake fan.
Drake fan, bro.
Yeah. You're over here supporting the Beatles. I bet your stream just sends money straight to all the big time.
Yeah. You have a like defense fund and stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah. You're the reason why Epstein's list never came out.
Yeah. Correct.
What they say, they not like us.
I be saying, yeah, I say that all the time. You are not like us, Jared. You are not like
What?
us.
What are you saying to me?
Engaged in pedophilic behaviors. Okay.
That's you. You're right. I'm not like you.
Okay.
Are you even gold in Valorant yet?
No, I think I'm in bronze now.
Oh my God.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. Welcome to Brownsville, Pennsylvania, in the suburbs of Pittsburgh. This town has an absolutely fascinating history and one of the most unique stories that I've heard from any small town before. And so I wanted to come up here and explore it a little bit, see it for myself, bring you guys along to check it out. So this town was established in 1815 and first operated as a major steamboat building location, as well as a stopping point for travelers who were traveling west as part of the Western expansion in the United States. The inclusion of a railroad being built through town here in 1815 also contributed to the increased economic state of the area. However, that momentum eventually petered out.
This is Camper Flagray, just outside of Naples, and I've spent an unhealthy amount of time looking at maps of this place, wondering why anyone would choose to live here. Camper Flagray is a supervolcano. It was formed by an eruption 40,000 years ago, which was 80 times larger than the one that destroyed Pompeii. But what makes it unique is that 500,000 people live on top of it. And scientists are concerned that it might be moving towards another eruption.
The amount of seismicity is now picking up. People are now feeling the ground trembling each day.
Probably fair to say this is the most dangerous place in Europe.
In the world.
In terms of the amount of people that actually live there, on a volcano which is active.
Looking at maps like these, you really start to see how urban life has been built into this volcano. I had a lot of questions, so I decided to go there, with a plan to visit the zones most at risk, to find out what it's actually like living on an active volcano.
So there's one happening right now. Is it still happening?
They say, oh, there are just the risk of earthquakes. Don't talk about volcanoes.
And it turns out that the situation has been pretty complicated for decades. And while I was reporting on this story, the
follow up on promising leads. How come?
Tell the Hun, but we all know the modern bad guys.
Dave's got Kid Rock tonight on CBS.
Last week on Survivor, Rich woke up with a tribal council hangover.
I got bombarded at the council. Little Alliance tried to attack Richie on my birthday.
Hey guys, Ethos here. It's currently 10:37 p.m. and I just woke up. Valorant has just dropped some new skins. I've actually been waiting for the skin line to drop because I had the chance to look at these skins early and give some feedback on them. So I'm super excited to talk about them today. Let's get into it. Alright, let's start off with the initial reaction to the trailer. I've not seen this yet. Yeah, it's a little bit different. Like just two bulleting like 5 people in a row to get the ace would sound amazing with this thing, and I'm super excited, super duper excited. But I don't know, because I also feel like with the direction that Valorant is going, we are not beating the anime allegations. I think that this is very much gonna nail that down. But it is cool though, because I feel like this also really appeals to, you know, all the, for lack of a better word, like, you know, the people, the people who are very cutesy and whatnot. This will very appeal to them. Valorant is a very welcoming game in general, and I think that they are really taking advantage of the fact that it's a a T for teen game, and that they can actually appeal.
What's the difference between Gordon Ramsay and Drake?
What?
Gordon has a soft spot for children, Drake has a hard one.
No.
Is the New York Times bailing
What?
on President Joe Biden?
You're the
That's
Drake
what it
fan.
looks like. Over the past few days, the traditionally liberal news outlet has published multiple opinion pieces by guest writers scrutinizing Biden's current position as the presumptive 2024 Democratic nominee. Let's take a look at some of the headlines. The struggles of President Biden and the truth about aging. No poll can tell Biden what he needs to hear. Doing nothing about Biden is the riskiest plan of all. The Philly girl shielding Biden from the bad news. Should Biden step aside or stay in? What prominent Democrats are saying. The outlet has also published pieces examining talks of Biden dropping out. Look at this headline. Biden tells allies he knows he has only days to salvage candidacy. Major Democratic donors devise plans to pressure Biden to step aside. The New York Times' seeming skewering of Biden left readers irate. Senator John Fetterman reacted, posting on X, quote, "The twice impeached, consumed by revenge, 34 felony conviction serial liar vowed to be
What's
a
the benefit
dictator,
of having a
Project
prostitute
2025
die on
Trump."
you?
Yet, the media still obsesses on smear.
I don't know what.
The second hour is free.
Well, that sounds like something you'd say.
Good president and decent man. If anyone lost their way, it's the New York Times. Journalist Besh Schloss posted, quote, "Seriously, what is wrong with the New York
Why is it so
Times
hard
that
to
it
break
would
up with a
publish
Japanese
a
girlfriend?"
column like this on the 4th of July? Political scientist Miranda Yaver wrote, quote, "On the 4th of July, the New York Times published this unpatriotic excuse for an op-ed, legitimizing not voting when democracy is on the line and authoritarians looming with the blessing of the court
Justin.
that the New York Times has barely covered. Today, I canceled my subscription." Well, happy Independence Day to you. You are now free of the New York Times. I don't think that the New York Times is far off with their take. I mean, this is not a radical thing to say that someone that over 70% of the country believes cannot run it should not be president. That's not a crazy thing to say. The New York Times is doing the Democratic Party and the liberals a service by saying, hey, we should push them out. That's their role as a newspaper, to publish op-eds even on holidays. Yeah, exactly. I think we should obviously be, I guess, not applauding, because I never want to applaud the New York Times, but giving them a little bit of positive reinforcement for finally telling the truth. I mean, this is the same paper that 2 weeks ago was running cover for Joe Biden and going along with the idea that the videos of him were cheap fakes. They were describing the videos as
let's take a look. As we said in the headline, and as you just alluded to, Zach, there's been quite the coconut pilling occurring on Twitter over the last couple of days. So as people have kind of come to terms with the fact that Joe Biden either, isn't going to be the nominee, or if he is going to be the nominee, he's going to lose. And that's basically not even up for debate anymore. So it's pretty hard to root for a team that is going to lose, or that may not even actually, be the team come game day, right? This has, of course, led a lot of people to embrace Vice President Madam Kamala Harris herself. And, if you've been on Twitter over the last 24 hours or so, you probably have seen some of this, and you might be a little bit confused by it, specifically if you're like a Bernie Sanders progressive, all of a sudden seeing a bunch of other, Bernie Sanders progressives celebrating Kamala Harris, top cop of California, someone that we all hated. Well, I'm here to tell you guys, most of it is ironic. There's a lot of memes going around, stuff like that. A lot of it is people just kind of trying to post through the horror of everything and the bleakness of, this 2024 general election that we're all staring down the barrel of. But there have been some people like Mehdi Hasan, some more, serious commentators and journalists, actually making the case, unironically, for Vice President Harris. And I'm interested, Zach, your opinion on all of this. And at the outset of this conversation, let's just state the obvious and put aside the fact that neither of us agree with Kamala Harris in any way, shape, or form. If there was an actual primary, she would be at the very bottom of the list of candidates as far as who we would be enthusiastic about.
I should make a compilation of all the horrendous things that Gavin's ever said about Kamala Harris, about how she has no charisma, she's horribly unlikable, that you could replace her with just about any nationally known Democrat and it would do numbers for Joe Biden's polling, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep. But anyway, that's on the table right now. Obviously, neither of us are supporters of Kamala Harris's politics. We're not in alignment. She's a neoliberal Democrat. She's tough on crime. We could literally spend the next 30 minutes outlining all of the vast differences politically between this podcast and the positions of Kamala Harris. But because we're all mature adults here and political commentators, we're going to actually be talking about whether or not, she would be in any sense electable, how she would do against Trump. So just leave our politics at the door for the most of this discussion. Obviously, we don't have a progressive in the race right now. As far as the general election candidates go that aren't third-party long shots, it's either going to be Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or another one of these establishment neoliberal Democrats. And that's what we're talking about. So we're going to discuss the horse race as it is happening, not how we wish it was happening. Like I said, it's not like, Bernie Sanders is an alternative here. It's going to be Kamala, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom, someone like that. So, let's understand that as we go forward. Here's Mehdi Hasan's piece in The Guardian. Kamala may be our only hope. Biden should step aside and endorse her. Before we get into some of the details of this article, as well as some of the other pieces and opinions which outline the case for Kamala, Zach, what do you think about all this? Do you think it's all just kind of pure cope, or do you think there actually might be something here? Do you think Kamala would do well against Trump? What do you think?
So I think there's a lot to unpack here. Everybody knows, just so I can get, my allegiances out of the way, I was very skeptical about the backdoor backroom deal to install a candidate a la Hubert Humphrey, right? Not my taste. I think that that's something that we as Americans have, grown past, or we'd like to, especially in the age of the internet where all the information's at our fingertips. Yeah. I just think it would be a huge miscalculation and such a, finger in the eye of the American people. To do a brokered convention? Well, to do a behind the scenes brokered convention. Mm-hmm. What I wouldn't be opposed to now, and something that I've seen being tossed about, if the Democrats allow, or, if Joe Biden, first and foremost, I think he has to, before any of this happens, he has to say, guys, I've decided, I'm in time for the Democrats to have a, national convention. I'm not seeking re-election. I intend to finish my term, which I'm fully capable of, and I will lend my backing to whomever will be my successor because I need to unite the Democratic Party. That's the best case scenario for the Dems. I think Gavin and I and almost everybody in our chat can agree on that starting point. Joe Biden is not capable. And if we want to have any semblance of democracy, people need to reach him and have him decide to not resign, but withdraw his name from the presidential election, right? That's the bare minimum. So I want to start there. Do I think that's a good idea? Do I think that's on the table? I think there's about a 5 to 10% chance that through the grace of God, people are able to reach Joe Biden, and through all of the selfishness of Hunter Biden and Jill Biden and whoever is in his camp, right? The Biden hardcores, the loyalists, the people who, when he didn't have a shot of a shout in Iowa, were hanging with him. Those people who now have a fucking White House at their disposal, they're not going to hang up their shoes. Like, so if they can get past all that, I think there's a max about a 10% chance of that.
That Biden decides on his own accord, I'm stepping down.
On his own accord. Yeah. That he makes a televised appearance, which he says, I am not, I'm withdrawing my name from the race. Okay. Yeah. Starting at that point, I think then the best case scenario is far, far from Kamala. Far from Kamala. I think you need to have a fair and open as you can with the Democrats. You guys understand. I don't need to get on that diatribe with Gavin, right? About it. We all know the fucking Democrats are going to cheat and weasel and do whatever they can to get their guy to the top of the ticket. Now, we also know their guy is not going to be Kamala Harris, because I've been beating around the bush a long way and saying, I don't think that Kamala Harris can beat Donald Trump. I do not think that Kamala Harris can beat Donald Trump. Unfortunately, would I like to see her win? Yes. Would I vote for her? Not personally. I wouldn't do it. But could I see a lot of people being motivated to vote for her because she has, way higher brain power? Even in all of my criticisms of her, she is a lucid adult individual, right? That you could functionally communicate with, right? Which is more than you could say about Joe Biden. Like, her bedtime's not 8 p.m. She doesn't say only reachable between 10 and 4 p.m. I'm the president, right? 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Anyway, ridiculous stuff. So I don't think she can beat Donald Trump. So I almost think it's the definition of hysteric copium for people who sincerely post the Kamala stuff. Like, oh, we just need Kamala to save us, because she won't save you, dude. You'll still get Donald Trump. I think that's why it's funny when leftists tweet it out, because it's just like, it's just showing, biting your thumb at the establishment, basically. It's just throwing it back at them. It's like, you could do this swap, but you guys are so terrible at your job. Your forecasting skills are immeasurably bad, and you're about to reap what you sow. And all of us are going to suffer the consequences of it while you still stay at the Ritz-Carlton and fundraise off the fact that all of our rights are up for grabs. Do you want to be able to be shot by the president? Do you want to lose your First Amendment? Do you want to have more guns on the street? Do you want to have less taxes for the billionaire aristocracy? Do you want to have more dead people in fucking Palestine? Like, no, thank you. So I think the only actual legitimate path that would show me interest, beyond the fact that I'm a commentator and I'm interested in the ins and outs of what the Democratic Party chooses to do because I forced myself to be interested in it, right? I think they have to have a brokered convention, but in a way where they allow at least 4 candidates to compete with each other for the American public's will, which, again, it's like, how do they orchestrate that? How do they create trust with the Democratic Party base that it's not going to be fucked with? One of the candidates has to be Kamala. The other one will be Gretchen Whitmer. Another one will be Gavin Newsom. And then I think we get a 4th curveball. If I'm forecasting this and this actually runs out, I think it's probably J.B. Pritzker. I think they go 2 white guys that are pretty safe with the establishment, and then they go Gretch and Kamala. And I think it probably the dust settles with Gretch. And I think that Gretchen Whitmer, I still think she probably loses to Donald Trump, and I think she has the best chance at it. And the reason I say that is because I don't know how much she'll be able to move the needle in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Nevada, Kamala? Arizona. No, Gretchen Whitmer. I know Kamala will lose all of those states. So I don't even consider Kamala an option, because I just think she's basically the same as Joe Biden. She might be able to have some measure of a better performance against Donald Trump on a debate stage. I'm not denying that, right? Any of us on this fucking podcast could do a better, including listeners, could do a better job than Joe Biden did debating foreign policy and domestic policy than Joe Biden did. So of course, Kamala Harris would show an improvement of a margin, but it wouldn't make up the insane ground. The other thing that I don't think a lot of people are grasping is we're 4 months away from the fucking general election of the United States. So there's no time for a ground game for anybody that they swap out. And Joe Biden has done zero work up until this point. And right now he's 6 points underwater in a general election poll, which with our skewed ass democracy, let's call that 9 points over. And the hardest places to win them back are the places that he needs to win them back. So I don't know. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. And let me throw this up on screen, because I do think you kind of alluded to these comments from Clyburn. I assume he's who you're referencing as far as floating a mini primary to replace Biden as the nominee. We should open up everything. And that's interesting because Clyburn has now, had a few different positions when asked. First, he was 100% behind Biden. And then he was basically saying that, I stand behind Biden, but
if there's going to be a different candidate, it has to be Kamala, and I'm 100% behind the vice president. Now he's floating a mini primary to replace Biden, and that, I mean, I chuckle just imagining Kamala's, response to this news. She thought Clyburn was 100% behind her. Now he's saying mini primary. She's like, what the hell? I still think that Kamala would probably do the best in like this sort of mini primary if they had a brokered convention where the delegates had to fight for a new candidate. You know what I'm saying? If they had to go elsewhere, I do think that Kamala has a good chance of doing pretty well. But Clyburn is floating the mini primary to replace Biden as the nominee. So I do have some pushback, though, against what you were saying about Kamala Harris, because I mean, obviously, I agree that she's completely untalented. She is uncharismatic. She's not the most inspiring candidate. She's no, Barack Obama, obviously, despite the way the media
She's
tried
not even
to...
a Bernie Sanders in terms of her microphone presence, and that wasn't even Bernie's strong suit at all.
Well, it's weird because it's weird. I actually have to push back on that a little bit, Zach, because if you watch clips of Kamala Harris up until basically the 2019 2020 Democratic primary, that's actually not true. She was known for being incredibly articulate. That's how, partially how she became the prosecutor, the attorney general or whatever in California. She really was known for this aggressive kind of prosecutorial style of delivery. We saw a glimpse of it on the first night at the debate stage against Joe Biden, where she had her moment saying that little girl was me. A lot of people were like, oh shit, yeah, this is going to be Kamala Harris's race to lose. That's how talented people considered her as a political communicator. And despite the fact that she had to drop out before, the state of Iowa even voted,
her home state of California.
Before that, and then was selected by Joe Biden to be the nominee. A lot of people really thought she was going to do way better in that race. And like I said, she won a Senate race before then. It's not like she's never had any success winning an election before. She clearly is capable of it. For whatever reason, it seems like towards the end of the primary and then after getting selected as vice president, Kamala Harris just like lost her lust for life or something. She lost her ambition and maybe, developed a benzo habit. That's the best theory I have. I'm not even joking, because she really went from being this like kind of articulate, aggressive prosecutorial communicator to more of like a ditzy wine mom vibe. People obviously love posting the clips of her just like awkwardly laughing and kind of losing her train of thought. It doesn't really seem like she cares that much about policy anymore. Whenever you do hear her talk, she's kind of just like rambling about, whatever the fuck she wants to. It's not like she's on the stump, like talking about healthcare, talking about immigration, or even really abortion, despite the fact that they've sort of tried to make that her, milieu in the White House, abortion. She doesn't really seem to be like fired up, right? But I think that if Biden stepped aside and all of a sudden she was in charge, she was no longer just, in the shadows, being propped up to do defensive media for Joe Biden, someone who she doesn't even probably like that much in the first place, hence the attack on debate stage night one. If you put her in charge, I do think she gets back some of that mojo. I think all of a sudden she feels a renewed sense of confidence. Now, again, this is her party. She's not, this token black lady VP that they only pick to appease BLM protesters. No, now she's the candidate. She's the one, at least the one to beat, if not straight up the candidate. So I do think, she would have a renewed sense of self, a renewed sense of purpose and passion in the wake of such a shakeup. I also think that we can't deny or underestimate the fact that the media is going to go into overdrive trying to manufacture consent for Kamala Harris to rebrand her, to reintroduce her to the public, to try to make us forget about all the cringe that's kind of defined her vice presidency by hyper-focusing on all of that stuff that I just mentioned, what led up to her becoming such a rising star in the first place up until 2019 when she had that embarrassing Democratic Party primary run that somehow still led to her getting the vice presidential spot. I think there would be a lot of propaganda, a lot of people talking about, her career highs as opposed to her career lows, and also really going with the whole angle and dynamic framing wise with this election that it's like prosecutor versus criminal. Trump's 36 convicted felons or whatever, or he has 36 felonies. Who's Kamala Harris? All of a sudden, top cop doesn't sound so bad. That's exactly what the Democrats want. They want someone to come in there and literally prosecute the case against Donald Trump. I've been saying they want someone to prosecute the case against Donald Trump, but who better than an actual fucking prosecutor? Someone who can unironically go out there and be like, yeah, this is what I did for fucking years. This is what I did. So I think that there's a couple angles there. And then the other one that I had to mention real quick before I, let you respond, Zach, is that while it's true she's massively unlikable and her coastal elitism will certainly rub people wrong in states like Pennsylvania, I do think one thing we can't forget is that she would get to select a vice president. And that could also bring a whole new level of interest to the ticket if she all of a sudden does pick a rising star like Andy Beshear from Kentucky. That would make a good contrast to her sort of coastal elitism, right? Her California vibe, to have someone from the Midwest or the South attached to her ticket, someone who's considered a little bit less of kind of ambitious elitist Democrat and more of just like a working, blue collar Democrat. I think that could kind of make for a dynamic duo, actually. Not, again, that it would be something that would excite me, but the country ain't feeling good about 2024, right? No one's excited about this rematch. And while I agree, it's a very late start as far as ground game and name recognition, I actually think the lack of baggage might be the best thing possible for any candidate in this race, at least against Donald Trump, because Trump has so much baggage. And yeah, you sub in some, random Democrat or even Kamala Harris, who definitely does have baggage, but still, it ain't nothing compared to what Trump has. At least it gives people kind of a fresh start, an opportunity to make up their minds for themselves and not have their opinion of the candidate be defined by literally, the last 10 years of mishaps and disasters.
I think that you quite possibly made the best case anybody could make for Kamala Harris. I just happen to disagree with it, right? I think if you gave her the best look from every direction and you were just gassing her up and you were like, I have to go out there and sell this lady, otherwise I can't pay rent tomorrow. Like, you went up there and you stumped better than I've ever seen, man. It almost brought a tear to my eye. I was ready to go to bat for the top cop of California,
Kamala. Press secretary.
You know what I mean? I get it. Gavin almost moved me.
So I did want to take a look before we get out of here at this clip of Mehdi Hasan on Chris Cuomo, just to hear him laying out the case for Kamala Harris, see if he can convince you, since I wasn't able to.
No, he won't be able to, but let's go ahead and hear it from Mehdi himself.
Mehdi Hasan,
making weight, we're just surfing in him.
Chief and founder of news platform Zeteo. Okay, smart guy, very good analyst and arguer, and you're about to see that. So, thank you, Mehdi Hasan. Let you start.
Before we hear from Mehdi, who I imagine is going to have lots of insightful things to say, let's just think about for a second the dullards who tune into whatever the fuck news network broadcast Andrew Cuomo is doing. He has to talk to his audience like this. Otherwise, they might lose track of what he is saying. Now, this man, his name is Mehdi Hasan, but don't be worried because it sounds different. He's very, very smart, okay? He's going to tell you what you want to hear about Joe Biden. That's how he has to talk to his audience of fucking ignorant dumbasses now, because he's been shit-canned from CNN. And Mehdi, God bless him, he's so desperate to reach the Democratic Party that he'll go high and low. He'll stop at nothing. He'll even come out to reach the dullards and dumbasses to be like, please, can you unite in a chorus of fucking calling for Joe Biden to stand down for once, do something meaningful with your worthless little lives? Anyway, let's hear from Mehdi.
Governors come out and say, we're good with Joe. Why isn't that the end of the conversation?
Thanks for having me, Chris. Just want to correct something from your very interesting, excellent monologue in many ways. I'm not a Democrat, right? I'm a progressive. I'm of the left. I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. I'm not approaching this as a Democrat. Well, I am actually as a small d Democrat. The reason I have a skin in this game, why I care about this fight, is because I care about the future of American democracy. As you say, we're about to celebrate the 4th of July, independence, American history. I believe all of that is at stake come November. And the only thing I care about is stopping the proto-fascist candidate that the GOP are putting up once again. And when I look at the polls, when I look at the debate last week, when I look at the numbers, it just is very clear that Joe Biden is in a very bad place, as you laid out in the introduction. No president has ever been this unpopular at this stage in the cycle, so close to election day. Thursday night was a car crash of a debate. That's when I came out and said he should step aside. I've never said that before. I said it Thursday night because it was just ridiculous what we saw on Thursday night. And because I see no way back for Joe Biden. One thing I've been waiting for the last few days is for a plan. What is the plan that Joe Biden has to recover all the voters he's losing by the day? He's down.
Mehdi must have missed the memo about the 15-minute interview with George Stephanopoulos. That seems like a good plan to me.
Oh, man. I think that would have assuaged a lot of his fears. 15 minutes of planning? That's at least, on Joe Biden time, what, one question, maybe two? Listen, Jack. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Also, Mehdi's the one Brit who gets a pass.
Yeah,
he lives in America.
Yep.
Down 6 points in the New York Times poll today among likely voters, 8 points, amongst registered voters. In fact, the most crucial stat, Chris, in that poll is that the number of Republican voters who want Biden to stay on as the nominee has gone up, not down, since last week, because the Republicans know he's eminently beatable. So I want to hear what the plan is. I don't think there's a plan. They briefed to Axios, Team Biden, he's going to give a great convincing speech. We may get an interest rate cut, and that's going to deliver victory. That's BS. They're in a very bad place. If they switch now to Kamala Harris, they have some chance of recovering ground, having a younger, more effective prosecutor of the case, someone who can maybe turn the page on Gaza, and someone who could actually rhetorically
She would not, in
beat
fact,
up
turn the
Trump
page
at
on
the next
Gaza.
debate
Sorry,
if
Mehdi.
There is another debate.
I think that Mehdi is effectively smoking the hopium crack pipe if he thinks that Kamala would have any difference in foreign policy than Joe Biden. I think that she might be slightly more reachable just because she would have a better sense of saving her own skin than Joe Biden had when he just continuously just was the most tone-deaf man on the planet. But if you think that Kamala Harris is going to come out and stop sending weapons to Israel or something I don't think that's going to happen.
I think what he's talking more about is just the optics of it.
Being more sophisticated, yeah.
Not just that, but also the fact that, even though she was vice president, she wasn't commander-in-chief. Biden has been commander-in-chief during the course of this whole war. So you can't, we could, but your average voter won't quite associate her as much with the blame for that. And if she's able to just start campaigning from a fresh start, she could more just talk about a ceasefire.
I just don't know if she would.
I think she would. There was actually reporting early on with the Israel war that she disagreed with Biden's handling of it, that she wanted to distance herself from their approach, and that he should actually
a better sense of saving her skin then, reading the room and understanding how historically unpopular it is. Yeah, I just don't see a humanitarian response coming from her.
Oh, I agree that the politics would be no different. She's not going to stand up to Netanyahu in a serious way. But I do think, just as far as optics and campaigning goes, people would put the blame for what's already happened less at her feet. They would be like, yeah, that was Biden. You can't really blame Kamala. She was vice president. She wasn't literally making those decisions. And again, if she only talked about we're going to end the war, we're going to achieve a ceasefire, and not we're going to keep giving more and more and more money to Israel, then I do think people would at least associate her more with a peace position. And she could theoretically win back some of those Michigan voters that have fled the Biden campaign.
In the case of the US-led empire, its greatest strength, which I just discussed, the coverage of the planet, is also its greatest weakness. It cannot sustain coverage of the entire planet. It just cannot. And, a lot of Latin American thinkers will say that whenever the US has gotten bogged down in our region, in the Middle East, West Asia, that's when socialist movements have come to power and really bloom in Latin America, because the people are able to practice self-determination when the US is distracted elsewhere. And what we're seeing now is the US completely bogged down in our region through its support of Israel and its own mercenaries and soldiers on the ground. And other places are blossoming.
Hello everyone, I'm Rania Kalik and this is Dispatches. Since October 7th, the US-led imperialist order has unleashed an apocalyptic hell onto the people of Gaza to defend their settler vassal state, Israel. Yet the people of Gaza and the region have refused to submit. Is the fierce resistance to the genocide in Gaza a sign of an imperialist system in crisis? What are the various anti-imperialist fronts aligned against the US around the world? And what's China's role, if any? What are the characteristics and contradictions of this US-led imperialist order? And in what ways are the chickens coming home to roost in the US and Europe? Here to discuss this and more is Nina Farnia, assistant professor of law at Albany Law School, a longtime activist, and a scholar of critical race theory, with a focus on US imperialism and its impact on domestic law. Her forthcoming book is called Imperialism: An American Story. But before we jump into it, this is just part of this episode. The full interview is available to Breakthrough News members only. You can become a member at patreon.com/breakthroughnews. And as always, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell so you get a notification whenever we post new content. And if you appreciate this show, you can also donate below on YouTube. Nina, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Rania. Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining me. I want to let everybody know that you were on the show, I think almost exactly a year ago. And people can go check out that episode. We had a pretty lengthy discussion about Iran's role in the anti-imperialist struggle and some Iranian history that actually is even more relevant today as we witness huge shifts across the region because of the genocide in Gaza. So I'm really excited to talk to you about imperialism in its role, US-led imperialism, I should say. Because it's so crucial to understanding what's happening in Gaza, in the Middle East, in the world at this moment. We're at a crucial point in history. I think we can both agree on that. So I think a good place to start with this is maybe, to kind of define or explain what we're talking about when we say US-led imperialism. So what are the characteristics of modern day US-led imperialism? And I always do like 2 or 12-pronged questions, so I'll just add to that. Is this a system in crisis? And if so, why is it in crisis?
So there's like a really long answer and a semi-long answer, so I'll try to do the semi-long answer. So U.S. imperialism is somewhat distinct from the other major empires that we've seen in modern history. So, for example, the Spanish Empire is well known for being characterized by direct rule. The Spanish had viceroys that landed in South America and the Caribbean, and they basically the viceroys directly controlled the people. They created an elaborate racial hierarchy, like very, very elaborate racial hierarchy, and that was used to really control the land and the resources and the people. The British Empire is largely characterized by indirect rule, which means that they ruled through local communities and local officials, and divide and conquer. The division and conquering of local peoples across ethnic or religious lines was also characteristic of British Empire. But it was really driven by local peoples under the control of the Brits. The US Empire is a bit different, and a lot of scholars have called it an empire of military bases because, there are at least 800 known military bases covering the planet, American military bases covering the planet. But that's not really a complete or sophisticated understanding of what's actually happening. Because in addition to the economic aspects of imperialism that a lot of your guests have covered in the past, there's also militarism and politics. politics are a key aspect of U.S. imperialism especially, but imperialism in general. And the U.S. rules largely through proxy powers. Each continent has a series of proxies, of American proxies, vassal states, that basically execute the American agenda in order to gain control of a particular land and its resources. So, for example, in Africa, you've got Rwanda. A lot of folks call Rwanda the Israel of Africa, right? There's Rwanda, there's Egypt, Uganda, Kenya, which now has a quote-unquote special relationship with the U.S. We can talk about that later when we talk about Haiti. In Asia, there's the Philippines, there's South Korea. Obviously, there's Israel. Israel is by far, I think, I would argue, the most significant American vassal in the world. And then in Latin America, there are a series of proxies as well. So these proxy powers are critical because they execute the American agenda. They basically operate as the sort of the militaristic arm, right, of the empire. They invade, and then these invasions are often called civil wars, right? So the American public is led to believe that, for example, what's happening in the Congo is a quote-unquote civil war, right? When it's really not. It's Rwanda operating on behalf of the Americans to take control of land and resources there. Americans tend to think that what's happening in Palestine is a war between Jews and Muslims, right? This is reminiscent of the divide and conquer strategy that the Brits used. But in fact, it's not. It's a war of colonialism. Israel colonized the region with the support with the support and approval of the Americans and initially the Europeans. And that's what it is. It's a war of colonialism. So the proxies are critical, and they execute the American agenda through sort of kind of like if we were to simplify it, kind of like a carrot and stick approach, right? The carrot is foreign aid, for example, is the carrot. Dollar dominance, the use of the dollar, is another carrot. And then the stick is U.S. sanctions or multilateral sanctions, UN sanctions, and then obviously the threat of wars and invasions and things like that. The other key aspect of U.S. imperialism that I think is arguably one of the most important, if not the most important, is that it covers the entire planet. And this is very different than anything we've seen in the past. So we talk a lot about how this is the strongest empire in history because of the resources, the technology, the access to weaponry, but it also covers the entire planet. And I don't mean by covering the entire planet that it covers every square kilometer or mile, right? I mean that with some lead time, it can strike anywhere in the world. Or with a few keystrokes, it can completely shut down access to capital or banks for any nation, just with a few keystrokes. And when I talk about being able to strike anywhere around the world, it largely does this through its occupation and colonization of islands, either in the Pacific, especially either in the Pacific region or the Caribbean. So there are a whole host of islands in these two regions that are directly colonized, either by the US or Europe. So if you look up existing colonies around the world that are due to become independent through peaceful processes over the next couple decades, the majority of them are islands, and mostly either in the Caribbean or in the Pacific. And so when the Kanaki struggle that's happening right now in what we call New Caledonia, that's a very, very important struggle being led by a socialist National Liberation Front to free the island of the French, which really means of US-led imperialism. If these islands are freed and liberated, that will be a massive strike to US-led imperialism around the world, in addition to what's happening in our region, right, in Gaza and Palestine. I'll just add one thing. So when we look sort of through the genealogy of anti-imperialist thought, the intellectual history of anti-imperialist thought, we think of Lenin as, sort of the forefather, right? The originator of this. And what Lenin said in Imperialism, the last stage of capitalism, in like the second paragraph, is that because of Tsarist censorship, his analysis of imperialism in that volume largely is theoretical and it's focused on economics. That he cannot, because of censorship, speak about politics in the way that it should be spoken about with regard to imperialism. So what came from that, right? All the great anti-imperialist thinkers we've had since then have focused quite a bit on economics and militarism as well. But the question of politics and of the politics that undergird the imperialist project, that's been given less attention by the great thinkers. And the American, I would say probably the British project as well, but the American project in particular, the American imperialist project, relies heavily on politics. It wouldn't be able to dominate the world through the dollar. I mean, this is changing, right? But dominate the world through the dollar without politics. It wouldn't be able to use foreign aid to coerce nations into doing what it wants without politics. And those politics have a lot to do with race and racial ideology, in addition to a host of other things. So, and Lenin actually in that second paragraph actually also talks about the law and how legal systems, he can't talk about them. The international legal system and the international institutions that we've been talking a lot about lately, like the ICC, these are political institutions that are upholding imperialism. And this is also has not been given a lot of attention, the role of the law in upholding imperialism, either within the US or abroad.
Well, no, that's a really important explanation. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't talk about crisis. Should I talk about the
Well,
crisis?
sorry, I was going to. But I also just want to note, I really appreciate the distinction you make between past empires and the current U.S. empire, which I just want to throw in, I assume is something that you probably go into even more in depth in your forthcoming book about American imperialism. But that is what makes it much scarier. And it's also its destructive capacity. Like you said, it has the ability to bomb anywhere it wants to on the planet. And so, yeah, let's go to the crisis question, because after laying out what the U.S.-led imperialist order consists of, is it a system in crisis? And I want to put that in the context.
Good morning and welcome to Rising Fridays. We have a great show for you today. I'm Amber Duke, joined by Jessica Burbank. Jessica, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Friday, Amber Duke. We have a good show. A couple very interesting interviews for everyone.
Yeah, I'm excited. President Biden, meanwhile, is digging his heels in. He doubled down and says he is not stepping down from his re-election campaign. Here he is at the White House 4th of July barbecue.
You got me, man. I'm not going anywhere. All right.
Comment comes a day after he met with some Democratic governors to shore up support amid growing calls for him to bow out of the race. In an attempt to reassure them, the president said that he's tweaking his schedule, curbing events after 8 p.m. so that he can get more sleep. This is according to several news reports.
Now, one White House official told Axios reporter Alex Thompson, quote, "Everybody is miserable and senior advisors are a total black hole," end quote. The uncertainty surrounding Biden appears to be scaring off donors. Disney heiress Abigail Disney told CNBC News that she's now going to withhold donations to Democrats until Joe Biden drops out. Major donor philanthropist Gideon Stein said he's decided to pause planned donations of $3.5 million per CNBC again. Now, Netflix co-founder Reed Hastings, who's become one of the Democratic Party's biggest donors, joined the chorus of people calling for Biden to relinquish his bid for re-election. And the bad news for Biden just keeps stacking up. A new New York Times Siena College poll published this week shows he's now behind former President Trump by 6 percentage points. Among likely voters, he is 43% compared to Trump's 49%. And among registered voters, Biden has 41% and Trump has 49%. So things are not looking very good for someone who is called Sleepy Joe to hear that he needs to get to bed earlier. Also, in that meeting of Democratic governors, rather, he apparently said, "It's just my brain," and the reactions in the room were mixed. That, okay, that's the most important part, and it was unclear if he was joking or if he was serious. What an abysmal place to be, Amber, that this is the leader of our country and the front runner for the Democratic Party.
It's absolutely brutal to watch. And at a certain point, it's not even funny. It's actually just sad that he is still in there, that people have not stepped in sooner to get him out of the way. Clearly, somebody else is running the White House because I don't think Joe Biden is capable of it. And I think that's the most important question that the media and the American people, frankly, should be asking, is if Biden is this decrepit, this incapable of doing the basic duties of his job. As Alex Thompson at Axios also reported, the White House apparently intentionally schedules events between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. because that's when Biden is most lucid. They've been making great efforts to hide him from anyone outside of his very close circle of senior advisors because they're afraid of this narrative spreading throughout White House staff that he's not capable of doing the job. So again, who is in charge? Who is actually running the country? And how much of a betrayal is that to the democratic process that you have a president who is effectively a figurehead? Joe Biden, of course, in that fundraiser in McLean earlier this week, the transcript has now come out and confirmed the reporting that he did try to blame his international trip on his bad debate performance. The international trip that he returned from 12 days before the debate had 2 days of rest prior to going to Camp David to participate in the mock debate preparation, which they only started at 11 o'clock in the morning and then made sure that Sleepy Joe had his afternoon nap. So obviously none of these excuses are getting rid of this concern about Biden's health, and the continued leaks only confirm that the White House has been going to great lengths to try to cover this up. But I also would say, from a media perspective, these news outlets just a few weeks ago were telling us all that we were crazy for thinking that these videos of Joe Biden, who looked lost and confused and was wandering off, were problematic, running with the White House line that these were cheap fakes.
I've finally entered the 21st century, JT, even though for like Scandinavian countries, this has existed for over like 150 years. And those are nicotine pouches, or as you brand-obsessed fucking American monkeys like to call it, Zins, right? You don't eat burgers, you eat McDonald's. You don't take nicotine pouches, you take Zins. They don't have Zins here. The one I'm looking at is called Super White Daytona, so I guess it's only for white boys, the super whitest. 4 out of 5 strength. And the thing that introduced to me is my whole life I thought you're not addicted to nicotine. You just really like the smoke. You like how it tickles your throat. You like the social aspect of it, etc., etc. I was always like, I am above addiction.
Yeah.
The second I started taking these, which are, you probably don't know because you're born in the 1800s.
I mean, I'm super vanilla, yeah.
Yeah, you just take it, you put it next to your gums, like deep inside of your mouth. It probably damages.
And
your
is
gums.
it
But
loose
don't tell me.
tobacco?
No, that's what changed it, I guess. You don't have to spit all the time.
Okay.
It's put a nice little pack, and it can be flavored for all you beautiful LGBT people out there. But it's really good. And again, what it taught me is that I am highly addicted to nicotine because after I take a pouch of this, I just don't want to smoke. Like even seeing a cigarette or seeing a
there you
vape
go.
right in front of me, I absolutely have 0% desire to light it up. And it's very strange, and it's leading me to an extent to like a midlife crisis because it's furthering the very real truth that we, are just like a bunch of chemical compounds jiggling around, which drive us to do thing A, thing B, thing C, that are only limited by, Marxist, by the material conditions in which we find ourselves in. But when it comes to, the chemical compound of the human body, and it's just a bunch of hormones and just a bunch of electricity running through a fucking brain, this has really reminded me about just how little in control we are over everything. Because the only thing it does is slightly alter my chemistry, and my behavior just adjusts to it immediately. And yeah, I'm both happy that I'm not bombarding my lungs anymore with things, but also experiencing midlife crisis because I figured out...
Because you're just a fleshy little automaton.
Exactly. Like if I was doing SIGs only because it was the chemical reaction, then what if I like pretty much everything just because of a chemical reaction, It can be taken to extremes, and like the biggest extreme, like we're already starting off heavy. Like you obviously love your daughter because she's your fucking daughter, right? And she's a lovely little human being, etc., etc. But what if we removed that part of our hormones or chemistry or whatever that necessitates caring for your own child? Would like your quote-unquote soul or whatever still care for it? And that is a terrifying pathway to go in. Like I don't know.
That's why I just vibe, bro. The older I get, the more I'm like, that grill pill, that kind of seems nice. Because when you get into the biology stuff, it's like, well, why do kids have eyes that are so big? Well, because it makes them look cute, and that forms an attachment. Like, oh God, so they really, the biology thing is really trying to get you to care for this kid. So yes, it's a little weird to think about just how much control we actually have, which is why I just don't think about it, and I think that's the best way to live.
I love it. No, like he's on to something, right? Just be fucking stupid,
Yeah.
Yes, I'm calling my co-host a dum-dum, but
No,
which he very much so isn't. But
no, I absolutely
there's some
am.
truth
But it's
to
by
it.
choice. It's by choice. If you willingly, if you take the dumb pill, it's not the blue pill, it's the dumb pill, because we're all red pilled here, right? We all know what's going on. But if you actively choose to be like, hey man, I'm going to go and pull some weeds in the front lawn and not think about anything, or I'm going to go lie on the couch and stare at the ceiling for a little bit, but not get into like an existential dread. I'm just going to like think about video games. That rocks, my dude. It's so much more pleasant than spiraling into thinking, well, am I a machine? Am I a 50,000 miles or whatever it is of electrical wires and synapses and neurons? And good thing the game's not here to sell us. Actually, you know what?
Yeah.
He'd have a very stoic way to look at it, because he is both a medical doctor and a very devout boy, and that's why I appreciate our boy, among many other reasons.
Yeah. He found his own couch to lay on and stare into the ceiling. It's just different variations of it.
Yeah.
Which again, now it goes back to the original conversation of we're just drifting along, and even the things that we consider turning off the brain are just using the brain in a different matter.
Yeah.
Matter. This is what was that saying? JT, do you like matter babies?
Matter babies? What's matter babies?
I don't know what's the matter with you, baby.
Come on. Stupid. I knew where that was going as soon as I started talking. Oh, well.
That's the point. That's the matter. You got any life-changing updates?
I'll give you another Volvo update because everybody loves these. I have the license plates in hand. They're actually in my backpack right behind me.
What about the entire car? That's
Yeah.
the plates.
I texted homie again, and he's like, he's driving it this week, and as long as nothing falls off it, I can pick it up on Friday. So I will believe that when I actually, get there on Friday, and he lets me take it. But that's pretty optimistic. That's the first time he's given me a, hey, it's, come pick it up on this day. So, fingers crossed, I'm holding my breath for the next couple days. And this episode will... Actually, I guess this episode will be out for patrons.
Exactly then.
The day of. Oh, boy. So you patrons are in for a treat.
And that's absolutely terrifying to me because I always say if you ever get your Volvo, the world will end.
Yeah.
And as you're getting your Volvo, I will be flying towards the United States for a family, my girlfriend's family thing or whatever.
Yeah.
So the worst place for the world to fucking end in is in a fucking plane, which is kind of already limbo. So I'll just, step out of limbo into hell. Actually, yeah, it might be a more decent transition. I guess an airport or a plane is the best way for you to experience the apocalypse. Because it's just, you're already taking a flight there. Ah! In my case, I'm going to America. So I'm literally I'm either going to wake up in real hell or in the biblical
close.
hell.
Yeah.
Come on, I was doing the joke better. The real hell or the biblical hell?
Sorry.
Get it? Because the real hell is the United States. Yeah.
Y'all want to hear some dad lore from old man Chapman?
Fuck yeah.
Because I realize you guys have both told interesting stories about your dad, and I don't think I ever have. And I guess it's because he doesn't share much about his earlier life, like before all the kids were born, or I guess shortly after I was born, because he was doing some dangerous stuff that really stressed him and my mom out. But anyway, I was visiting them in South Carolina this last week, and he told some stories that I had never heard before. So let me relay one to you, because I thought this was kind of interesting. So this was before I was born, and then shortly after I was born, he was doing this, which was he was working for the family-owned demolition company. Like one of his uncles had a controlled demo company where, if something's going to fall down, they want to make sure it comes down safely, so they go and they plant the dynamite and they cut things up so it
Dude,
falls
that's the mob. Your dad was in the mob.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
that's the mob. That's all. That's literally what are you in? Oh, in the demolition industry, or I own a junkyard. That's the mob, dude.
We were in the Rust Belt at that point, yeah, so it was very likely it was the Italian mob. Anyway, there were no rules back then, no regulations for safety and things like that. So it was very sus, very scary stuff. They had people dying fairly frequently. While he was working there, not a long time, like 5 of his coworkers died. So not fun.
Christ.
Yeah, but anyway, a ship hit a bridge in Tampa, Florida, kind of like what happened in Baltimore earlier this year. If anyone saw that, the ship hit it. It became kind of structurally unsound, and they wanted to bring it down safely because it was going to collapse otherwise. So he had 2 uncles there who were kind of the partner owners, and they were supposed to do the job themselves, like the important part of the job, actually go up underneath the bridge, do the cutting with the cutting torches and stuff like that. And he was basically a trainee along with like a handful of other laborers there to do the support work. But one uncle freaked out because they were like 300 feet up without safety harnesses. And he's like, I can't do it. And so the other uncle's like, all right, Chris, you're up. We only trust family to do this. You come up here right now. And so my dad was like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but he took they had like a, what do you call it? Like a thick Carhartt jacket on because it was super cold and also protects against the sparks. And then they had life preservers on over that in case they fall, 300 feet to the water below. It's basically, if you fall, you're dead. But for, for looks, to make people feel like they were more secure, they had the life preservers.
And nowadays, all the fucking hipsters wear Carhartt, and they ain't even fucking climbing high places.
They're not even blowing up bridges. Yeah.
They ain't even blowing up bridges. I'm walking over here. Sorry, I always go to I'm walking over here. Any New Yorker listening to this was fucking kill himself every time. Yep.
You never know. If I lived in New York, I'd be saying that all the time. Anyway, you only trust family for the important jobs, right? So they go up, They're on the supports under the bridge. So, you know, the concrete things that you stand on, or the metal capped things, I don't know. But they're under the bridge, cutting supports, right? And then each time you'd cut a ribbon of the bridge, the whole thing would like creak and sway a little bit as the structural integrity became more compromised. And they were told to cut a hole in the support they're standing on to kind of stick your leg through for stability, and then you reach above you with your cutting torch to sever the supports. And apparently what happened, because, you know, you're reaching above you and it's sparking and like pieces of metal are falling off and stuff. Apparently a piece of burning slag fell into my dad's life preserver and he caught fire like on his back. But it was behind him, and so all he remembers was like a creeping heat on the back of his neck because he's just, you know, reaching up and working. But luckily, one of the laborers saw him on fire and made his way over across these perilous beams and ripped the life preserver off barehanded, which was very, very lucky. So my dad turns around and he saw everyone was just white as a sheet because, you know, in that industry, they know if you catch fire up there, you're gone, you're dead. There's nothing you can do, right? You're gonna either jump to put the fire out and probably not survive the fall, or you're gonna burn to death. And so it was very, very, very lucky. And this was back before, you know, cell phones, so they couldn't really. He couldn't call my mom beforehand to let her know that he was going up to do this. He almost died, so he was shook, to say the least. And after he got back from that job, my mother was like, "If you ever go up on that again, I will kill you myself." But yeah, that's some dad lore from old man
Crazy.
Chapman. He's got some other crazy stories that he told me. I'll save him for another time. But like, he worked in the Arctic Circle on experimental oil rigs and stuff, and I was like, Jesus, Dad, why didn't you ever tell me this stuff? And so he was like, I don't know. But
she's just like, dude, that is the most fucking old school dad ever.
Yeah.
Son, it's for goddamn pussies to fucking talk about all the good shit they've done.
Yeah, it's like you guys were saying last time when you told your dad lore. It's like, why are our dads, why do they have such interesting lives compared to us? So like, my job is computer. Like, I sit and do computer. Oh, such is life. Such is life. Maybe we'll have lore one day.
To us having lore one day. Even though I kind of do a lot, but
you can't tell about it.
No. Compared to your dad trying to provide for his family, I just throw myself in harm's danger for no fucking reason whatsoever. So it's a bit different. It's not that much of a flex. It's just a continued, protracted path towards slow burning suicide. Welcome back, everyone, to yet another episode of the Deprogram. After a small hiatus, we are back and more dedicated to our work than ever. Today, we have something special in store for you. A swim through the rotten lakes of reactionary fervor, a deep dive into some of our favorite, or I don't know, should I say least favorite, far-right militant organizations. These fail sons vary greatly, but want the same thing at the end of the day: the creation of further hyper-hierarchies, the preservation of the status quo, or the introduction of its even deadlier, more violent version. So, strap in as we take a ride through some of the worst filth our species has to offer. Men of flesh and blood, just like you and me, who've dedicated their life to the basest, simplest, most backwards aspects of the human psyche: the fascist, the racist, the failson. Welcome to hell.
And just so all the viewers know that we're just not talking out of our asses here, Ugopnik and I actually joined all of these organizations.
All of these.
So this is coming from experience. And I don't know about Ugopnik. I'm going to stay in some of them. They seem like pretty cool people, so I don't know.
Very chill. Very chill. Great food. I finally, I am not shitting like a fucking fountain every time I go to the toilet, because it's all so bland. It's like doing miracles for my digestive tract, okay? The only thing I have a problem with is, we talk shit about leftist organizations and their fucking horrible names. These guys all have almost the same fucking name, except a few instances. So I'm like, oh, am I due today at this white nation reprisal, or am I due for white identity reprisal? And I keep going to the wrong fucking building, and it's empty because it's the same 25 guys that went to the other organization.
Rip.
But okay, JT, take us on a path with the first proud American organization we want to talk about.
You got it, bucko. So I don't know if any of you dear piggies have watched a fairly recent video I did on the subject. I did kind of a rundown of actually existing fascist groups in the United States and Canada to an extent. It's funny, they kind of tend to have the same orgs or sister orgs, which is kind of weird. But one of them,
because Canada is U.S. with healthcare, but yeah,
exactly, yeah. You think of them being real friendly and stuff, but they got some sus things too, probably because of their proximity to us. Sorry, Canada. But back this Easter, if you haven't seen the video, I went to our neighborhood's playground, as we always do, with Evie, and there were a bunch of adults picking up like those little plastic Easter eggs, that you can put candy in and stuff. They were picking those up and throwing them in the trash. I was like, that seems weird. Normally it's the kids picking up the Easter eggs and opening them because there's candy inside. So I asked one of the adults, like, hey, what's going on? Why are you guys throwing these eggs away? And they just like, take a look inside, but don't let your kids see. I was like, okay. So I grabbed one of the eggs, I open it up, and there's this little slip of paper with a dude dressed in like an American flag mask thing, the stupid black hat, the big black sunglasses, and it said in big bold letters, "Imagine a world without," and then the N-word. I was like, Jesus Christ! And they had the Patriot Front website or a URL on there, and so there were dozens of those all over this playground, designed, a place for children to come and play and be kids. A wholesome place. I'm like, my God. So that prompted me to make a video about the state of fascist organizations in the United States. And it is one of the things that we'll see throughout these different orgs is that they do target specifically the suburbs, the exurbs, the places where young men are most bitter, where they have the least amount of autonomy, the fewest opportunities for real engagement with actual real life, because the suburbs are kind of depressing places, so it makes sense. But anyway, Patriot Front was the group responsible for the Easter egg propaganda. So let's take a little bit of a look at them. They are the youngest operation worth mentioning, I would say, that currently exists in the U.S. They were founded in 2017 after they split off from the neo-Nazi group Vanguard America following the Unite the Right rally in 2017. Their MO is to combine fascist imagery and rhetoric with the traditional Americana aesthetic, which really resonates with a lot of Americans. All you really have to do is like post that picture of the smiling 50s family grilling out back with their boat and their happy kid and their dog and stuff, and people are like, hell yeah, I will support whatever this picture is attached to. And so they slip like, a fascies on there or some white replacement myth stuff on there. They're quite good at it. Like, I'm playing it down, but if you've ever seen Patriot Front stuff, they're good at what they do. Their presentation is slick. They're definitely the propaganda.
That's all they have, man.
Literally, yeah, that's it.
Fascist only has aesthetics. Because,
exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's an empty ideology, but if they can dress it up nicely, if they can push the right buttons, it can be very effective. And they're absolutely...
I like to call it IRL D&D, but with real people dying.
Yeah, they're LARPing, yeah. Which is... It's scary, and we'll get to this later, but it's like, these are... they're losers. Take their masks off and they're just greasy basement dwellers, but they're greasy basement dwellers with guns and real hate. You're like, okay, so it's that line from Lord of War. A bullet from a 14-year-old is just as effective as a bullet from a 40-year-old. So it's like, yeah, if you get enough angry kids, that's not good. Anyway, they've got a real slick operation. They've got a clean website. It's very well presented. The interesting thing is there are only about 200 of them if online reports are to be believed. So they punch well above their weight. According to the ADL, they were behind 81% of reported incidents in 2021 that involved the distribution of racist, anti-Semitic, and other hateful propaganda in the U.S. comprising.
That's a dedicated
no kidding.
group, bro.
Yeah, they're prolific. That was 3,992 incidents, and that was every single continental state in the U.S. It was, so no Hawaii, no Alaska, but all 48 continental states, they had a hand in distributing this rhetoric, this hate speech. The Patriot Front is currently led by a guy called Thomas Ryan Russo, who was a teenager when he started the splinter group. He had taken control of Vanguard America's Discord server and website, it's so funny. Like this is stuff that will be studied 100 years in the future, where we're like, okay, they did a coup of the printing press or whatever back in Lenin's day, but okay, he took the Discord, he took the the keys to Fash Den Leet 360 whatever, and their website, and this was shortly before the 2017 rally. Then after the bad press that Vanguard got after Unite the Right, he took the domain and built the Patriot Front website as it currently exists, and he began recruiting members, most of whom were from Vanguard. So it was a little bit of a coup, a little bit of a rebrand, but it was just kind of rolling the same rhetoric into a new package. And let me read one brilliant passage from their manifesto. Quote, "Membership within the American nation is inherited through blood, not ink. Even those born in America may yet be foreign. Nationhood cannot be bestowed upon those who are not of the founding stock of our people, and those who do not share the common spirit that permeates our greater civilization and the European diaspora. In order to survive as a culture, a heritage, and a way of being, our nation must learn that its collective interests are fighting against its collective threats of replacement and enslavement. The damage done to this nation and its people will not be fixed if every issue requires the approval and blessing from the dysfunctional American democratic system. Democracy has failed in this once great nation." So TLDR, they want a Fash Daddy, and they think the coloreds are icky. They're
icky, brother.
It's so funny when you read this stuff. It's like,
but it's good. No, but it's decent. Like, it addresses that they are European diaspora, and it addresses that this land has been taken.
Yes.
But they say, we took it and fuck you.
Exactly.
We get to keep it.
Exactly.
And now they're taking it for us, and we're gonna take it back. So I'll give them 7 out of 10 racism, because it's like honest 7 out of 10 racism.
Right.
They're not just pretending that they were always native or whatever, which a lot of fascist American groups somehow manage
very
to
goofy, very goofy. But yeah, and by doing that, they get around this common comeback. It's like, oh, you're not native here. You're from Ireland. Your family's from Ireland or Germany or wherever. But they're like, yeah, we took this country. What of it? We're not native, but we took this. It is ours by conquest. And they actually have stickers that say, not stolen, conquered. And so they're very much playing onto that, warrior spirit thing. Yeah.
I can see that clicking. Yeah, that's very strong.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that they still have so few people, if indeed that is an accurate number. They may just be stealthy about it. But yeah, if I had to put money on it, I would say they will be the most influential of the fascist groups if they continue to exist, if they're not a Fed front, all the common asterisks that people bring up, because they've got a really slick operation, their messaging is effective, and they've got good reach, even if they're quite small. So that's Patriot Front for you. You've probably seen their handiwork in your state if you live in the U.S. But Yugobnik, tell us about a non-U.S. group.
Okay, so let me take you across the pond, or back across the pond, as Eurocentrists like the ones you mentioned would say, and talk about some actually white supremacists, not like these Amerimuts, as the very whites from Europe like to refer to their American white counterparts.
Filthy mixed breeds.
Yeah, I love racist infighting. I genuinely live for it. Anyways, let us travel to Europe, the land of art, music, food, and a lot of fucking hatred, okay? We start off with a group calling themselves Generation Identity, not to be confused with Identity Europa or Identity Europe or the American European Identity Group. They'll really like the word identity.
Yeah.
Well, which, is just a not necessarily dog whistle, more like a whale whistle for white. But yes, Generation Identity is a pan-European youth movement that began in France in 2012 as the youth wing of Les Identitaires, which is again French for identity. Like, Jesus, I'm feeling bad about our names more and more, or less bad about our names more and more. It has expanded to the UK, Ireland, Germany, Austria, and Flanders. GI argues that white Europeans are being replaced by non-European migrants, a concept they call, as we all know, the Great Replacement. And they aim to stop what they see as the Islamization of Europe, globalization, and this specific demographic change. GI's goals are to preserve European ethno-cultural identity, as they say, defend freedom of speech against far-left attackers, another eternal classic, repatriate illegal immigrants, promote, and this one's interesting, promote African development to reduce immigration and secure national borders. This continues the separation of races idea, they say, underpins their whole ideology.
That's interesting. That's like big brain fascist stuff. Like, that's not just like, we hate black people, we want to send them away. They're so devoted to their separation that they will give money to the black people they want to keep in Africa. That's interesting.
Yeah, and they will even go so far as to openly talk to Arabs or black people, etc., and tell them, no, we want you to prosper in your own fucking place, okay?
Yeah.
We want this place for us, we want all the best for you over there, which is high-end manipulation, because we know capitalism cannot survive without imperialism, so eventually they'll come immigrate and replace over where the evil Browns have been deported to.
It gives them a semblance of legitimacy, though. They're like,
yes.
we're not hateful. We're just, separate but equal, that kind of thing.
Exactly. It works. It works really well. Just like the honesty of Patriot Front. That previous topic, this seemingly small change does give them legitimacy in the eyes of yet to be radicalized normies to an extent, because for 99% of people at this point, being a Nazi is just too much.
Yeah.
So, in summer of 2017, identitarian leaders from Europe launched what they aptly titled Defend Europe to obstruct NGOs rescuing refugees in the Mediterranean. They raised over 200K, mainly from American far-right activists, to rent a ship. What happened next was legendary. Canadian alt-right blogger, now cucked, I don't want to be a tradwife anymore, Lauren Southern, joined, by the way, that's the update to her lore, if anybody's interested, joined 3 members of Generation Identity in an attempt to disrupt a Doctors Without Borders ship's rescue mission off the coast of Libya. Yes, we're talking about that level of evil, right?
Right.
Nearly 1,000 undocumented immigrants from sub-Saharan Africa attempted to cross the central Mediterranean Sea daily back then, often in perilous conditions, with more than 55,000 having made the journey that year by mid-May, though at least 2,300 had drowned, including many children. On the night of May 12th, Southern and the GI members staked out the Doctors Without Borders ship in Catania, Italy. As the ship departed, they live-streamed their actions, attempting to block its path with a raft, unfurling a banner and screaming, "No way for human trafficking." Very cheeky. Despite their efforts, they were quickly taken into custody by the Italian Coast Guard, allowing the ship to continue its mission. This incident marked the beginning of a broader initiative by Generation Identity. The following week, GI launched a crowdfunding campaign for Defend Europe, a mission to patrol the Mediterranean, intercept immigrant boats, and hand over immigrants to the Libyan Coast Guard. Yes, the Libyan Coast Guard, because otherwise they would go into Europe. They plan to sink the empty boats as well. Promoted by alt-right figures like David Duke, Richard Spencer, and Jared Taylor, Defend Europe quickly raised the previously mentioned 200K, significantly exceeding its initial goal. They chartered a ship, the Sea Star, and set out to disrupt NGO operations. The failed Sun experiment begins. Let me quote from the Southern Poverty Law Center article. Defend Europe had trouble even getting its ship to the central Mediterranean. First, it was delayed for a full week by their inability to produce routine crew paperwork needed to cross the Suez Canal. Then came a disastrous July 27th refueling stop in Famagusta, a city on the east coast of Cyprus. Port inspectors there found 20 Sri Lankan men on board whose crew member identification appeared counterfeit. The inspectors said the men admitted they were not professional seamen. According to The Guardian, the Sri Lankans told local human rights activists they had paid the equivalent of almost $12,000 each to be smuggled to Italy aboard the Defend Europe ship. Yes, these are the most principled white supremacists of all time. We're definitely not using the shit you paid us to stop immigrants to make some money off of, well, immigrants. No, not at all. Anyways, even though they likely could have told them we'll take you to Italy and then dump them in in Libya or something similar, but you get my points. Anyways, continuing. Police arrested the ship's owner, captain, senior officers, and Defend Europe activist Shailier on charges related to human trafficking. After making a court appearance a few days later, they were released for lack of evidence. Defend Europe claimed the Sri Lankan men were apprentice sailors rather than full-fledged crew members, and denied any knowledge of falsified documents or human trafficking. 15 of the 20 crew members were deported to Sri Lanka. After leaving Famagusta on August 1st, the Sea Star meandered off the coast of Libya for a week. During that time, Defend Europe posted a photo of Sellner yelling at an NGO ship through a megaphone. Then it posted a recording of Sellner harassing the captain of a Doctors Without Borders vessel on ship-to-ship radio, quote, "We will start our operation in front of the Libyan coast. We advise you to leave the search and rescue area because you're acting as a pool factor for human traffickers, making them billions. We will watch you. The days of your unwatched garbled sound are over." To which the captain sighed and said, "Thank you for your information," and turned off the radio. On August 7th, Defend Europe tried to refuel at Zarzis, Tunisia, but was thwarted by local fishermen who blocked the refueling channel with small boats waving signs that read "No Racists."
Nice.
4 days later, the captain of the Sea Star issued an emergency distress call due to, quote, "machinery damage failure." He reported the Defend Europe boat was dead in the water. The Maritime Rescue Coordination Center in Rome dispatched the nearest ship to rescue the crew of the Sea Star. That ship was the CI, an NGO vessel that Defend Europe was following. I am not kidding. The racists were about to be saved by a refugee ship. I wish I was making this up. As it approached, however, here they were principled, I guess, the Sea Star captain retracted the distress call. And Defend Europe soon posted online that minor technical difficulties caused the unnecessary SOS. Satellite tracking, though, showed the Sea Star was idle for the next 42 hours. This is how the Great White Project pretty much came to an end. Broken down in the water after potentially having tried to smuggle Sri Lankans, and with their greatest success being screaming over a megaphone in the middle of the sea. But as we all know, people tend to be, well, fucking stupid, and despite these setbacks and failure to intercept any immigrant boats, GI declared the mission a success, using the publicity to boost their profile. The mission garnered significant media attention, elevating Martin Sellner, GI's Austrian leader, and the movement itself. Sellner used this newfound fame to expand GI's presence, establishing new chapters in several countries and gaining a substantial social media following. GI's UK branch officially launched in 2017 with a banner drop on Westminster Bridge reading "Defend London, Stop Islamization." This event then marked the culmination of a significant promotional campaign by Sellner, who had been touring Europe and America to drum up support. The UK branch was seen as a strategic hub for the movement, movement with a well-developed website and content translated into English, targeting a broader audience. Despite internal challenges such as leadership disputes and infiltration by anti-fascist groups, GI continued to use the perceived success of Defend Europe to fundraise and expand. Sellner, now a prominent figure in the far-right movement, dismissed accusations of extremism, framing GI's mission as a defense of traditional European cultural identity. The Defend Europe mission, though a complete meme, succeeded in significantly raising the profile of Generation Identity, helping them expand and solidify their presence across Europe and beyond. Online, though, well, they've been banned pretty much everywhere. And in 21, U.S. Representative Elisa Slotkin called the U.S. government to designate more than a dozen foreign white supremacist groups as terrorist organizations, including GI.
At least we can do some things right sometimes. Not only the commies getting labeled terrorist groups, hooray.
Honestly, I know it's undermining, and they managed to pull a quick one with a massive failure turning into a okay-ish success. But I think it will be worth it to let them operate, because they're just doing our work for us. These men are the definition of the fail son, and they're a great kind of piggy to point at and say, haha, look at them, so funny.
A bunch of goobers. Yeah, they just make themselves look bad, and every other fascist by extension. But I will say, to their credit, they actually raised a bunch of money, spent the money, got a ship, and went to try to do stuff. Even if they absolutely failed and sucked at it and were really funny to laugh at, they did organize something. So, that's something to be aware of, I guess. Yeah, they did the thing. Now all they need is some competent leadership.
Can you imagine a fleet of ships one day?
Great, that's all we need.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great, because the ships are just going to crash into each other.
Yeah, a fleet of dinghies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's move back to the United States, the best goddamn place on earth. We're going to talk about the Proud Boys a little bit now. You've probably heard about the Proud Boys. They might be the most well-known of the fascist groups in the U.S. They are.
I'm a pretty proud boy myself.
The name actually comes from a song that was cut from the 1992 animated Aladdin film, but then was used in a 2011 stage production or something like that. And Gavin McInnes, who's one of the founders, really loved it. He said it was the dumbest song in the world, but he couldn't get enough of it. Anyway, I'll get to that in a sec. So they're an exclusively male fascist group in the US and Canada. I love that they have an explicit no girls allowed condition for their club. They're so soft. There is a women's spin-off group, but it's not called the Proud Girls. It's called the Proud Boys' Girls. There has to be the ownership thing there, which is so cringe.
They had Proud Wives right there.
Yeah.
Proud Wives, right there.
It's so stupid. They're such losers. Anyway, this was established in 2016 by Gavin McInnes, who was one of the co-founders of Vice. And McInnes said at one point that victim mentality is rampant among women and minorities, that it's unhealthy, and that, quote, there's an incentive to be the victim. And then he also goes on to say that white men and white culture are under siege, and literally said criticism of his ideas are victim blaming. So it's you people, this, it's to anyone who's paying attention, it's very obvious what they're doing. They're incredibly hypocritical. They're claiming that they're oppressed while, all that stuff. But it's just so funny to see it back to back like that. They're big proponents of the white genocide myth, the Great Replacement, whatever you want to call it. They've been described as an alt-right fight club, conservative extremists, alt-light, overtly Islamophobic and misogynistic, hipster racists, and all too willing to embrace racists, anti-Semites, and bigots of all kinds. Personally, my favorite there is hipster racists, which is very funny. They do often...
Legendary.
They try to look so cool, and God, they're so cringe. Anyway, they had a big presence at January 6th. They have engaged in political violence, and they've been banned from pretty much every social media platform, which is good, right? We're not going to say that banning these people is bad. We like when fascists get banned. We acknowledge that we also get banned, right? So.
Yeah, but it's great until they say, okay, we're removing all extremists from platforms. That includes communists. We do not want to seem biased or exemplify what's the American term? Partisanship. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're banning everything except Reddit and the Chive or whatever it's called. All right. Their most recent leader, as far as we know, was Enrique Tarrio, a Miami Cuban and one of the fabled brown white supremacists. He got 22 years in prison for his role in January 6th, and he whined.
Isn't it crazy how the sorry for interrupting you. No. Isn't it crazy how out of a white supremacist group, they found a brown guy and they gave him 22 years?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I was like, all right, wait. Ah, here's one. Give him 2 decades. Yeah, but he whined like a baby at the sentencing. He said something like, "Your Honor, please, I beg you, do not take my 40s from me." It's like, come on, man. That's how quick the tough guy act crumbles. Hilariously, he was also an informant for the feds, which was revealed at his trial, and it just shattered the Proud Boys' illusion of their invincibility and their excellent security apparatus or whatever. And they're super paranoid now. You've got some local branches. They're like, we're not going to listen to the national branch until there's this kind of election or whatever, and then they're not talking to each other. So it's very fragmented. Maybe they'll collapse. That would be cool. But they're super paranoid now. Now, their hazing and initiation process is amazing. It's so funny. There are 4 phases. The first phase is a loyalty oath, which goes, "I am a proud Western chauvinist. I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world." The second is getting punched until the person recites pop culture trivia, such as the names of 5 breakfast cereals. Which is just
okay, that's kind of fun. I would do that.
It's like your generic frat boy stuff, right?
Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah. The third is getting a tattoo and agreeing not to masturbate. Those two go together.
I'm not doing that one.
And the fourth is getting into a major fight, quote, "for the cause." Now, they later amended the straight jorkin' it policy to read, "No heterosexual brother of the fraternity shall masturbate more than 1 time in any calendar month." Okay, very specific. And also banned cargo shorts and crystal meth, presumably because they had problems with both. I don't know. That's so funny. That's so specific. Oh my God, I love it. Like, reading about these people, like, okay, sure, yeah. Okay, ban cargo shorts, ban crystal meth. Regular powder cocaine is fine, apparently, which is very funny.
Yeah. And boss don't wear shorts, bro. Boss don't wear shorts.
That's so stupid.
Don't wear shorts. No, it was don't wear shorts. Yeah, don't wear shorts.
But, again, it's easy to dunk on these losers. Also important to remember they're dangerous, blah, blah, blah. They call for violence against perceived enemies. They're often seen wearing 6MWE shirts. If you've seen this before but not sure what it is, 6MWE means 6 million wasn't enough.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you know what they're referring to there. Very anti-Semitic group. And they literally can't be initiated until they've gotten in a physical fight for their shitty cause. So, ridicule your enemy, but don't underestimate them. Humiliation is a good tactic to disabuse people of the notion they're doing something cool, but also, if they're carrying guns, be aware that guns are dangerous and they could shoot you. So there you go, just another PSA. But that's the Proud Boys. They've been classified as a terrorist group in Canada. Canada's classified just about all of these as terrorist groups, actually, which, good for them. And a lot of them have caved in Canada and a couple in the United States. But yeah, that's the Proud Boys. So take us on another journey across the pond.
Thank you very, very much, sir. Not very proud. I would not be very proud if I was a part of them boys. Sorry, I really needed to say that sentence. Okay. Actually, let's stay over on that side of the pond for now and talk about some straight freaks that only the U.S. can honestly create, okay?
Nice.
I'm talking complete lunacy. I'm talking bath salts, the ideology. I'm talking shit that would make even the most disgruntled conspiracy nut of an uncle retreat in cringe.
Wow.
I'm talking Atomwaffen.
Oh, God.
Now,
yeah.
You know them, yeah. Now, Atomwaffen Division is a neo-Nazi terrorist organization that emerged from Iron March, an influential fascist online forum that went offline in 2017. AWD operates through, I'm saying AWD, I'm not saying Atomwaffen, okay? Yeah. AWD operates through a network of terror cells with the aim of accelerating civilizational collapse to establish a dystopian and apocalyptic vision of nationalist socialism.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I'm just thinking of all the car guys in the audience and car gals in the audience thinking, okay, AWD, all-wheel drive operates through a network of terror cells with the aim of accelerating collapse. Front-wheel drive supremacy. Continue.
Oh, legendary. No, the group is deeply influenced by figures like James Mason, Charles Manson, Giuseppe Tomasi, and William Pierce, and draws strategic inspiration from the Order, a violent white supremacist cell active in the 80s. AWD adheres to a doctrine of white power accelerationism, which posits that modern society is irredeemably degenerate and corrupt. Accelerationists believe that the only way to establish a white ethno-state or utopia is through the deliberate hastening of societal collapse via violence and terror. Just very wholesome guys.
Yeah.
Unlike other white power activists who might seek political or mass movement solutions, accelerationists advocate for leaderless resistance and decentralized, self-structured networks to carry out terror attacks. AWD engages in various activities to promote its ideology and prepare for what they see as an inevitable societal collapse. These activities include fun stuff like hate camps. AWD organizes training meetups where members practice. You can play like the corporate music in the background if you want to. Hate camps. AWD organizes training meetups where members practice with weapons, produce propaganda videos, and indoctrinate new recruits. These camps are a crucial part of their strategy to build a cadre of violent a cadre of violent and ideologically committed militants. 2. Online and offline harassment. AWD members have been involved in harassing and threatening private citizens, journalists, and other perceived enemies both online and in person. This harassment is intended to intimidate and silence opposition. Number 3. Propaganda. The group produces and disseminates a significant amount of propaganda that glorifies violence, promotes their ideology, and recruits new members. Their propaganda often features apocalyptic imagery and rhetoric that emphasizes the necessity of racial cleansing through violent means. If you do not know, these guys kind of like hyper popularized the red glowing eyes that even recently Joe Biden used in one of his photos on Twitter. But they really pushed it, and the aesthetic is completely on top with the Nazi zone and the sun in the background with everything. Like it looks really good. Like, for like half a millisecond, I'm like, fuck yeah, let's. Oh no, actually, I'm like,
oh no, that's Nazi wave.
Yeah. Anyways, AWD's ideological and strategic framework is heavily influenced by historical and contemporary figures in the white power movement. Key influences include, as we said, James Mason, a neo-Nazi author whose works, particularly Siege, advocate for violent, not siege, Siege, like victory in German, like. Because I thought you were gonna say no.
No.
And now you're gonna keep that in.
Yep.
Thing probably. It advocates for violent revolution and terrorism to achieve white nationalist goals. Mason's writings are foundational to AWD's theory and philosophy. Now we have another very wholesome individual called Charles Manson, the infamous cult leader who orchestrated a series of brutal murders in the 1960s. AWD members admire Manson for his apocalyptic visions and revolutionary rhetoric. Now we have Joseph Tomasi, founder of the National Socialist Liberation Front, an early advocate of leaderless resistance and militant neo-Nazism, and William Pierce, author of the Turner Diaries. Probably a lot of you know them, a novel that depicts a violent overthrow of the U.S. government by white supremacists. The book has inspired numerous acts of terrorism and is considered a blueprint for AWD's activities. Now, all-wheel drive strategy mirrors that of the Order, the white supremacist terror cell led by Robert J. Matthews in the 80s. The Order carried out robberies, bombings, and murders to finance and further their goals of a white revolution. AWD members idolize such terrorists, viewing their actions as heroic and necessary steps towards racial purification and the establishment of a nationalist socialist order. Also in the apocalypse. But then it also doesn't have like order and it's
It's a little bit goofy. They're a little bit too into Fallout.
They just want to blow up things, okay?
Yeah.
And they are afraid that somebody might blow up their mom, so they concentrate on just blowing up people that look different than them, okay? So, AWD's internal culture is marked by a glorification of violence and a deep disdain for what they perceive as the degenerate modern world. They really hate the world. The rhetoric is filled with calls for racial violence, hatred towards minorities and LGBTQ plus individuals, and fantasies of a brutal, purifying apocalypse. The activities of AWD have drawn significant attention from law enforcement and anti-hate organizations. The group's violent rhetoric and actions have made them a priority for both agencies and police forces all over the country. Several AWD members have been arrested and convicted for various crimes, including murder, illegal possession of firearms, and plotting terrorist acts. Despite these setbacks, AWD continues to attract young recruits who are drawn to their radical ideology and the promise of violent revolution. The Iron March Forum, launched in 2011 and active until 2017, became a pivotal online gathering space for young neo-Nazis in general, advocating for violent and extreme ideologies through its slogan, gas the K-word, race war now, 1488. Very on the nose, and also boots on the ground. That one is like, you could have done without that one. Kind of flows off the mouth a bit better without that one. So, with over 1,600 users and over 150,000 messages, IM fostered a dedicated international network targeting a young audience interested in fascist and white power beliefs. There we could find influential figures such as Andrew Orenheimer, who praised IM for its strict culture and impactful aesthetics, highlighting its role in spawning numerous fascist organizations in the US and Europe, including National Action and Atomwaffen Division. Following the arrest of key members, Atomwaffen Division shifted towards a more sinister direction under new leadership, heavily influenced by James Mason's writing and esoteric Satanist ideologies from groups like Temple of Blood and the Order of Nine Angels. So you thought they were unhinged? No, my brothers, sisters, and NBs, we're going deeper. With founder Russell in prison, Atomwaffen Division saw new emerging leaders reshape the group while maintaining Iron March's influence. The group's propaganda grew darker and more varied, and it heightened security and secrecy among members. Despite these efforts, ProPublica's early 2018 investigative report exposed key members, highlighting the group's many vulnerabilities. The report revealed the Fail Sons, also known as the Atomwaffen Division, expanded to 23 states and had detailed connections to violent acts such as the alleged murder of Blaise Bernstein by IWD member Samuel Woodward. Further reports identified...
No, that's going to spawn a stupid conspiracy theory. Woodward and Bernstein, who are the people who reported on the Watergate scandal. Oh, great. Give it 20 years. Mark my words.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Further reports identified additional AWD members and their involvement in various criminal activities. For example, a guy called Pistolis, an active duty Marine, was linked to AWD and violence at the 2017 Charlottesville rally. Gabriel Soher Chaput, or as we say Kaput, an Iron March moderator, was also exposed, leading to legal actions against him. Arrests of AWD members increased following the Tree of Life synagogue attack in late 2018, reflecting heightened scrutiny from authorities and resulting in a series of convictions and sentences for various crimes. This period marked the beginning of AWD's collapse, exacerbated by internal conflicts, further exposés, and intensified law enforcement efforts. The organization was deeply connected to an international neo-Nazi network as well from its inception, evolving from the Iron Marches Forum's global fascist fraternity. AWD's efforts to build this network started early, with members like Russell traveling to meet other extremist groups such as National Action in the UK and the Nordic Resistance Movement over in Scandinavia. AWD expanded internationally, with cells emerging in Germany and potentially in Ukraine, though the latter's authenticity is doubtful. The Feuerkrieg Division, another neo-Nazi group, formed in 2018 and had affiliations with AWD and The Base, a rival yet cooperative group in the US. AWD's internal conflicts included a faction known as Fission, which opposed the group's satanic influences and aimed to dilute AWD's brand. AWD's collapse accelerated in 2020 due to federal investigations and arrest of key members, including John Cameron Denton and others involved in swatting conspiracies and threats against minorities and journalists. Despite this, AWD's legacy persists, influencing hate-related violence and racially motivated terrorism and invigorating federal law enforcement's focus on white power groups. AWD's founder, Brandon Russell, continued his activities in white supremacist terrorism even after the group's decline. The group's name still evokes fear, evidenced by bomb threats against historically black colleges in 2022. So, I guess these absolute lunatics could potentially have had a much, much greater impact if they had only managed to properly pull off of a larger scale terrorist attack compared to the things they managed to pull off. But I guess even they were so unhinged and insane that even this status quo, as disgusting as it is, found it in their right mind to kind of stop them before they grow even further. So I guess, slight W's from time to time.
Yeah, a little too much, thankfully, a little too much grimdark fantasy in their free time, a little too much Warhammer 40k has seeped into their
appreciate it. It's just $5 a month to get your own name up there on the shout out screen. You can donate however much you like on a monthly basis, whatever you feel like or are able to. But $5 is what it takes to get your name up there on the shout out screen. And like I said, we try to, throw that up at the beginning and end of every single show to express our, gratitude to the Patreon community for making this show possible. Anyway, links in the description, guys. You know the drill. Hit it up and smash that like button. I'll remind you one more time before we dive right into the what was the expression we were saying? Dive off the high dive into the deep end or whatever.
No, yeah, the high, a low dive look at high culture. I don't fucking remember. We were calling ourselves the Chuck Clustermans of politics. I do remember that. Anyways, do you want to dive right in by unpacking some forecasting from the Oracle himself, or rather just a downright desperate plea might be more like it. This is from the latest from Michael Moore. Gavin, you sent this to me last night. Dem leaders want us to believe we didn't see what we saw at the debate, but my eyes don't lie, neither do yours. This isn't about whether Biden's fit to serve 4 more years, but rather, should he serve 4 more days? What happened on that stage was heartbreaking. And I think it's really fair to say Michael Moore, despite being a progressive guy, he's always prepared to put on the blue cap, be like, I hate Donald Trump more than any of you, and I am prepared to give whatever advice I think is going to lead us to, victory. He warned against Donald Trump in 2016. He actually correctly forecast a blue wave in 2022 when a lot of people were expecting Republican backlash off that. So he's not the kind of guy that should be taken lightly. We refer to him as the Oracle because he's often, in the face of adversity, one of the few, correct prognosticasts in the race. And I guess we could take a look a little bit from this Substack article, Gavin, if you're interested.
Yeah, it's a pretty good piece.
Definitely. Let me zoom in a little bit more because I know it's a little bit hard to read for you guys over here. But he says, to paraphrase an old Richard Pryor joke, who are you going to believe, me or your own lying eyes? Since the presidential debate last week, the leaders of the Democratic Party, in full 5-alarm fire mode, want us to believe we didn't see what we saw. It was just a cold. Everybody has an off night. Okay, so it wasn't his best performance. All presidents have one bad debate. You're not going to judge 52 years of public service by 90 minutes of lousy debate, are you? He's 81. What do you expect? You'll be 81 someday. And this kind of goes on and on and on.
You'll be 81 someday, but not as president.
Yeah, literally. And I don't even know if I'll get to be 81. You guys are kind of setting our planet on fire as we speak. But I thought this was one of the most poignant points that Michael Moore makes. He says, perhaps we should start with a definition of terms. Why do people keep calling it a debate? Isn't that kind of like saying Israel is at war with Hamas? After all, if it's a war, don't there have to be things like armies, tanks, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and the threat of nuclear annihilation on both sides? If only one side has these things and the other side has none of them, is it really a war? was it really a debate if one of the debaters is so mentally and physically incapacitated that he cannot complete a sentence, randomly flips between discussing abortion, the three trimesters of a pregnancy, and how great his golf game is, then looking around, unable to find one of the 4 cameras pointing at him, he suddenly turns his head all the way to the left as if he were looking for Rhode Island, and then out of nowhere raises his voice and shouts, "We finally beat Medicare." Not Ohio State, but Medicare. And Gavin, I just wanted to get your response to that because I thought that was an excellent point from Michael Moore.
Yeah, such a great point from Michael Moore, keeping it real as always. And, you know, I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been out here even earlier making the case for Biden to step down because of his age. But I do think that for a lot of people, it was that debate night where it really became clear. You know, you couldn't come out here with any excuses about deep fakes or cheap fakes or, you know, Republican trickery. That had kind of been the attempted line in the weeks leading up to the debate. You know, all of these clips of Biden, they're just edited, or, you know, the kind of the implication that maybe they're not even real. Maybe they're AI generated. It's getting crazy out there. But then on the debate stage, we all saw with our own eyes, as Michael Moore, you know, put it, and the house of cards just, it all fell apart. There was no propping up this illusion anymore. It was painfully, you know, obvious for all of us to see. And even with the moderators helping Biden by cutting him off every time, it started to get really embarrassing. That's something that I haven't seen a lot of people talking about, but it would have been even more embarrassing for Biden if the moderators had just kind of let him actually hang himself instead of cutting him off every time it started to get really bad. But yeah, I'm really glad that Michael Moore's out here calling on Biden to step aside. And I also love that he was able to insert a little bit of anti-war commentary in there, you know, while he was at it. You know, that was nice too. Kind of elevated it above just a horse race piece.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that despite the fact that we, you know, some on the left will kind of deride Michael Moore as like a vote blue no matter who liberal, he really is a diehard progressive. And I think more than anything, his politics can be described as that of a humanitarian, right? Because he can have such deep disagreement. With Joe Biden, he can even find Joe Biden's positions to be abominable, to be borderline evil and atrocious. But then he still also has the human element of like, how could you watch somebody do that and not, you know, feel like you need to intervene and stop them on a human level, right? Just as a person who cares about their own humanity, extending it to everyone. That's what I've always liked about Michael Moore. And you know, somebody with less integrity, less clout, but a lot more dough than Michael Moore also chimed in. And I think this is where it became important. I tweeted this out and I said, all right, guys, fuck everything else I said. He's about to fuck the money up. And that's a problem for the Democratic Party. Okay. You can't mess with the bag. And so this is from a scoop from Brian Schwartz. He says, "Scoop, Disney family heiress Abigail Disney." And I want everybody to Google how much Abigail Disney is worth, because it's a lot more money than even I realized when I Googled it this morning. I was like, holy shit, the Disneys have so much money. They're like a Walton family kind of wealth. Tells me she is pausing donations to Dems until Joe Biden steps down. She joined some wealthy Democrat donors who say they will stop giving until Biden is off the ticket post-debates. Big move being made. And then I'll also really quickly throw this up. I shouldn't throw our DMs up, but I did that. Whoops. There's a Google Doc making the case for Harris replacing Biden, going around Democratic group leaders and donors that I described in the story this morning. Basically, the heat is on in Democratic circles, even in establishment Washington, in the annals of the swamp. People are saying, hey, we have to do something right now, because they're sitting ducks. They're dead in the water right now. There is absolutely no way for the Democrats to come back unless they swap out Joe Biden. I think that's fair to say. Yeah. I'm skeptical that they'll be able to come back even with Kamala. A swap, because they're going to go with Kamala. And that was the other thing that I wanted to point out here. They called it unburdened by what has been, which lets you know what kind of bad shape we're in, everybody. Like, this is a joke to the rest of the internet, but the people who are desperate to get Joe Biden out, they're trying to use it as like a serious commentary. Like, we tweeted that video maybe a week ago of every single time she said that over and over and over again. I believe Gavin said it put him into psychic trance. You know, if he ever accidentally commits a mass, you know, hysterical crime, we'll probably blame it on him watching that footage as like a Videodrome type scenario. Anyway, they said, why this memo? We are currently losing. We need to do something different to win. Agree there. The popular discourse is not a realistic reflection of our options, which I think is interesting to say because I think it's kind of true. There's just no way for the Democratic Party to organize by August an open convention primary that's going to happen and go off without a hitch. It would be massively corrupt. I think it would be a disaster. And I think they're worried that it would impact the Democratic Party's chance at success, not just in 2024, but in 2028. So I don't think they go with that. We need a clear-eyed analysis of what is possible. Like it or not, there's one realistic path out of this mess. Kamala, I would say that she's probably the only realistic person at this point that can replace Joe Biden. I know we've talked about Gretchen Whitmer. I know we've talked about Gavin Newsom. I think that's a little more hopium-fueled, whereas Kamala is a realistic option. It's just a matter of will that get us out of the mess. Either way, it looks like this is the closest we've come up until this point of getting Joe Biden out of the White House.
Yeah, I definitely think it's coming, guys. I think it's coming. Obviously, it wasn't going to happen over 4th of July weekend, but if you guys saw those videos of Joe at the 4th of July event.
Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, ho, ho, ho.
Happy 4th of July.
There's this account called like Biden's Wins or something, which is hilarious because they tweeted out a video that's definitely not a win, not even close to a win for Joe Biden. It's really, really funny. And he says in the video, like, oh yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. And you can almost get the sense that he doesn't even believe it, right? Let's take a look.
Which I want to do. There's 7,000 people waiting at the gate to get in. So if I don't finish this, they can't come in. So maybe if you're hanging around, I'm going to sneak back out if that's okay, all right? Thank you. Remember that famous expression?
Hold on.
They also serve.
Thank you is a famous expression, Joe.
I remember when our son was deployed, my wife would go to stand in the sink in the morning, drinking her coffee and saying that prayer. Worrying, always concerned. All of you. So we owe you.
She stood in the sink when she drank her coffee.
Yeah.
Thank you. We love you, and I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. You got me, man. I'm not going anywhere. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll come back out when they open the gate.
Yeah. All right, let's wrap this up.
Everybody,
let's wrap this up real quick.
Shuffle him off, please. Can we get one of his handlers?
And put this tab back on screen real quick. As you can see here, as I alluded to, this caption says, the media was looking for off-the-cuff, powerful moments, and when President Biden delivers, they ignored it. Retweet so all Americans see this powerful clip and call the media out on their BS. So this is what Biden defenders are working with now to try to make the case for like, oh yeah, trust me, bro, that debate was a total one-off. This is how he normally is. This is how he normally is. So you should stop worrying, right?
Yeah, that 90 minutes of unedited broadcast, that was all. That was a fluke.
Yeah, exactly. But even more important than that, I think, as you alluded to, Zach, what's really going to force Biden out, in my opinion, is this story about the donors basically threatening to pause their donations until Joe Biden drops out, which I think is pretty reasonable. I mean, if you're going to be spending that kind of money, why would you want to spend it on a candidate that's just going to lose? Yeah, like, I mean, they want the people they're spending all this money on to win. It's not like they literally just are throwing it away because they have nothing better to do. Like, they do want to influence the politics that they're investing in. But yeah, it says Biden is facing an uprising from some of his own party's wealthy donors, including an heiress to the Disney family fortune, who say they will no longer fund the Democratic Party until Biden drops out of the presidential race. It is kind of sickening that billionaires, obviously, as we all know, have this level of control. Even though I happen to agree with him in this instance that Biden needs to go. I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Oh, what are you talking about? We just celebrated the land of the free and home of the brave yesterday, Gavin. I thought everybody was equal in this country.
Yep. And Disney says, I intend to stop any contributions to this party unless and until they replace Biden at the top of the ticket. This is realism, not disrespect. Biden is a good man and has served his country admirably, but the stakes are far too high, Abigail Disney said in a lengthy statement to CNBC. If Biden does not step down, the Democrats will lose. Of that, I am absolutely certain. The consequences for this loss will be absolutely or genuinely dire. which again, I think reflects a lot of the way the actual Democratic voters feel about this whole situation. Even if they personally like Joe Biden, even if they personally think he would be up for another 4 years, what they're really concerned about is his seeming inability to defeat Trump. Because again, they don't really care who the next Democratic president is. They don't really care if it's Kamala Harris or Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom. They want to go back to brunch. They can't do that if Joe Biden is the nominee because he's going to lose to Donald Trump. And that means they have to get back out their pussy hats and their fucking cameras so they can go do photo ops and pretend to care again. You know what I'm saying? That's really what this is kind of about. And yeah, they can see in the cards that Biden is headed straight for slaughter. It ain't gonna go well for him.
100%. Did get a couple of super chats and new members. So shout out to Rachel and Bucky LaRue for becoming the newest additions of the Vanguard members. Whoop, 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 whoop. For people who don't know, best way to support the show besides Patreon, and also if you'd like to have access to all of our live streams after the fact, just become a YouTube member, hit that join button. It's $3 a month. You get access to all the live streams. We think it's a good deal. But shout out to you for Rachel and Bucky for joining the crew.
Yeah,
and
thanks, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gavin, do you want to respond to that one?
Oh yeah, and apparently somehow Noam Chomsky has returned. Not quite sure what that's in reference to. Brand, he never actually died. He never left in the first place.
He's still in Brazil, so he hasn't returned to America, unfortunately.
Yeah, he has yet to return to America. Reportedly, he met with Lula recently, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, but shout out to the great Noam Chomsky.
Shouts out to the Chompsmeister. All right, and shout out to you, Brian Frederick. While we focus on the aging leaders presiding over our oligarchy, Israel is annexing more and more of the West Bank past this week. Yeah, they're going to continue to do that shit all the time. I mean, the brutality of the war can't go understated. It's not something that Gavin and I have been covering as much recently just because, I don't know, I don't have the fucking stomach for it, and I'm not really qualified to give in-depth analysis on it like I am in the horse race. I mean, not that I'm qualified to give analysis on the horse race, but I've spent the last fucking decade of my life watching so much political content that I feel like I have a good grasp of American domestic policy. When it comes to our foreign policy, I have opinions on it, but I don't actually feel like I have any expertise or things to offer. Yeah. So we keep it more on the margins. What we're talking about right now, nobody could be worse for this country than Joe Biden or Donald Trump. As far as Israel-Palestine goes, except for maybe RFK. Good thing he doesn't have a chance. So we're, just analyzing the margins right now, Brian. Thinking about, basically what's going to happen, what the impact will be for an issue like Palestine. Will Kamala Harris be able to be reached if she becomes the Democratic nominee just because she's more lucid, just because she understands the, self-preservation element behind it when you piss off vast swaths of the electorate, right? When she's already a little unpopular, she's already a little unlikable. We don't know. That's more what Gavin and I feel like are more comfortable discussing because I just don't know the intricacies of the,
day by day and
day by day. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously we've done a lot of commentary on the subject matter. You guys know how we feel. That's for sure. But you're 100% right, Brian. And I think there is a real connection here between the aging leader conversation and what Israel is doing, because Netanyahu's been walking all over Joe Biden on the national stage, just totally and completely humiliating him at every turn. Biden says, don't do this. Bibi does it anyway. Biden says, this is a red line. Bibi goes, right over it over and over and over again. And part of me thinks that, a big aspect of that is Biden's age, his total incompetence, his inability to actually fight back. Because, not that Biden was ever a critic of Israel. If anything, he's actually always been a friend of Netanyahu's. But back in the 90s, even the 2000s, I have a hard time believing that Joe Biden would have been quite as easily just humiliated and batted about by another world leader on the world stage. And I think that Netanyahu knows that he can do that and that he can get away with it because Biden's just so feeble physically and mentally that he can do whatever he wants. So that's another reason I think it's important for the president to at least be an actual adult, someone that's a mature, adult with their cognitive faculties in check, even though if that's the lowest bar in hell, at least they could literally, conduct themselves a little bit more properly dignified. Or formidably, dignified on the world stage. But shout out to you, Brian. Thanks for bringing that up.
the Donald Trump thing, it's just humiliating to have the guy out there as a representation of your country, like regardless of how
totally
functional.
Yeah, like at this point, literally like Mitt Romney or someone would, at least somewhat like anyone that's just an adult, like it just feels like right now it's either a fucking criminal or a dementia patient. Anyone.
Yesterday, you heard Gavin make a heartfelt, impassioned plea with the American people to consider Kamala Harris. That's what American politics has done to the mind of a Green Party voter in 2024. Anyway, shout out to you, Brian. Really appreciate that, and shout out to Kelly for this insanely generous super chat. I know you follow British politics a lot more than us. We were keeping an eye on it last night. Obviously. Jeremy Corbyn was able to secure a victory as an independent in the UK last night. First time in 14 years, I actually feel hopeful for Britain to retake the future. GB, I'm not sure what that stands for, but I see the rose. I still can't get over the size of the victory among the Red Wall voters, who the Tories lost in droves, all intrigued by the SNP collapse in Scotland, as well as the Lib Dem surge. Yeah, shout out to not only the Labour Party kicking ass. I know the Labour Party's a mixed bag. We're not experts in UK politics. That's what we have Kelly in the chat for. But I saw that also, maybe 5 independents, not just Jeremy Corbyn, were able to win spots. That dude, what's his fuck from the Moats podcast? Unfortunately, he did not win.
George Galloway, yeah.
George Galloway lost. LOL.
The British Jimmy Dore.
The British Jimmy Dore, unfortunately, was unsuccessful. But anyway, there was a lot of good movement happening in breaking with, as Kelly pointed out, over a decade's worth of policy in the UK, which had seemingly gone more and more and more and more right wing, with the brief exception of the 2016 Jeremy Corbyn kind of surge. It had been, with the takeover of the Labour Party, but that was still in the face of huge pushback from a right-wing Tory surge at the time as well, which culminated in Brexit and all that shit.
Yeah, this is so funny reading articles about British politics. Keir Starmer has met with King Charles at Buckingham Palace to officially accept the role of Prime Minister. It's funny that they still do that. Does he get knighted on the shoulder with the blade?
He has to actually get down on his knees, unbuckle Charles' trousers, and suck his cock before he's allowed to be the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and this is interesting too, this whole story. We can talk more about it in the coming days after I do a little more research, but it is interesting because it seems like this is kind of in direct contrast to the trend we're seeing outside of England, which is like the rise of the far right. Mm-hmm. And then here in the UK, Labour did pretty freaking well, devastated the Tories, and won
412 seats to 121.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the fewest seats in history for the Conservatives.
Fuck yeah, baby.
Which again is pretty crazy, given that it seems the far right is on the rise pretty much everywhere else around the world, including in this great country. So,
well, hey, shout out to the EU. When they dipped out of the EU, I guess they stopped fucking around with that right wing bullshit. Yeah, they realized that when they were on their own rock, that wasn't going to work.
And apparently, there are a lot of protests in the country of people who want to rejoin the European Union. So I'm not sure if that's actually on the table, but it's definitely interesting to think about. Also, I just wanted to say to you, Bryn R., we did, but in that very same stream, like 10 minutes later, we realized it was fake news, essentially, and that people were just like erroneously reporting his death. But you might have just tuned in and saw us doing that and assumed that we didn't see the update yet. But yeah, we've known for a while.
There was an article that came out by Yanis Varoufakis that was eulogizing him, and we were on air and we were like, oh shit, it looks like Noam Chomsky's dead. And then actually, shout out to Kelly, he was like, fuck you guys, just because one guy says he's dead doesn't mean he's dead. And I was like, fuck you, Kelly, I'm trying to give this man his due eulogy right now. And then we did, by the end of that stream, get confirmation from Noam Chomsky's wife that he was in fact alive. He's just in bad shape in Sao Paulo, recovering from some medical setbacks, although he seems to be alive and well. We're pulling for the guy. He's old, so it's hard to recover, but hopefully the Brazilian weather helps him get rocking and rolling. I would say
yeah, absolutely.
Shout out to you, Brian Frederick. Jeremy Corbyn won as an independent last night. That's 100% correct, and we were happy to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge victory for Jeremy Corbyn. Definitely pleasantly surprised to see that. I wasn't quite sure what the outcome of that specific race would be. Jeremy Corbyn obviously continues to be a very divisive figure. He got smeared by Labour, essentially, kicked out of their ranks after briefly leading the party. So yeah, it's definitely, it's always an interesting gauge on how the country's feeling about Jeremy Corbyn. But luckily, yeah, he won. as a member of parliament, his election.
Okay, bro, that was Giannis Varoufakis saving face because he deadass published an article saying he was dead. You're the knob.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it was literally eulogy. It was like the Noam
literally
Chomsky
called it
I
eulogy,
knew,
yeah.
like rest in peace. It was 100%.
Giannis Varoufakis got on the bike and started pedaling backwards immediately, just like the rest of us did. Jacobin published it, and then
Actually, you might be thinking of the Jacobin article, whoever said that, because they did, like, it was a eulogy, but it was kind of like disguised as just an article about Noam Chomsky's legacy. You know what I'm saying?
they weren't sure, and they didn't want to be late to the
Yeah.
party, which is crazy too, because I was reading that book Hitch 22 I was telling you about, and Christopher Hitchens talks about coming up. He's done every like fucking run-of-the-mill job you can have as like a throwaway journalist. He was like, I was a foreign correspondent in a place where I didn't speak the language and I didn't know fucking anything about it.
How the fuck can you be a foreign correspondent?
Dude, that's what he was pointing out. He was like, I've been a film critic when I didn't know anything about the, like, you know, person that made it. He was like, I've worn a lot of hats behind the scenes, but there were two things I always just downright refused to do. One was cover any sort of sporting event because I had no interest in covering sporting events. And the other thing was one of the most hack jobs they ask you to do all the fucking time when you're a journalist, according to him, which is write somebody's eulogy before they're dead. And he said that he was superstitious and that or not superstitious, but like he didn't like the karmic energy of that, which is funny for a guy that made his whole life talking about how that was all bullshit and it was all science. But he just said that he didn't like the association of writing somebody's eulogy before.
It is weird because a lot of papers will do that. Like, you know,
100% Jackman has been sitting on that forever.
Seems like they've been back
exactly, like,
on the trot. Will be MW0 on this attacking side, already taking control of Garage, and Sadahawk. He gets dropped, but Tui's answering back.
When I take my stand for human rights, I'm not mucking around. I don't care what they throw at me. They are very powerful.
Who are you talking about?
All Palestinians should have exactly the same human legal rights as all Israeli Jews. Eric said that he sees me waking up in tears. I do.
Oh, I believe there should be a two-state solution.
It's not going to happen. But
Nor is your plan on
Roger,
social media.
calm down. Don't sink to this level.
What level?
There's no evidence.
Actually, there is extensive evidence.
There is no
sexual
evidence.
assault and rape. But you seem to have done extremely little reading about anything that happened to Israelis over there.
Are you deaf?
The Star of David is the emblem of a Jewish person.
You're on your own. How to say this in a way you'll understand. No! You're so clever. Do you know what? I wasn't that clever.
As the man behind rock revolutionaries Pink Floyd, Roger Waters is music royalty. He's still filling stadiums after 6 decades in the business. Dark Side of the Moon remains one of the most iconic and acclaimed records in music history. His critics say there's a dark side to Roger Waters too, namely his contentious views on political lightning rods like Putin, Israel, Donald Trump, and many more. I once, perhaps uncharitably, described him as the dumbest rock star in history. He once accused me of being part of a media conspiracy to cancel him.
My story is yet another story of cancel culture. Why are they trying to cancel Roger Waters? Why aren't there real journalists going, hang on a minute, this is bullshit. Maybe I'll call up and see what he has to say. Why aren't you? Piers Morgan, eh?
Well, we got the call. I'm delighted to say Roger Waters is here in the studio, and I suspect will be most definitely uncensored. Roger, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Here you are.
I'm glad to see you can read. That's a good thing. That's a step in the right direction.
Well, I like to think that reading is a prerequisite of an interviewer.
Well, it's a prerequisite of almost anything, I think. As my old mum used to say to me, I'm sure you've heard this story, but I'm going to tell you it again. And this was when I was...
Read, she used to say to you.
When I was about 13 years old, she said, you're going to come up with all kinds of things in your future that you have to think about and figure out, make your mind up about. And when you do, my advice to you is read everything you can find about whatever the subject is and blah, 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 blah. When you've done that, you've done all the heavy lifting. The next bit is easy. Oh, really, Mum, what's the next bit then? And she said, then, Roger, you do the right thing. And that was great advice from a mum to...
Well, I can only tell you that I've always operated by my brother was an army colonel. He had an unofficial regimental motto, the 7 Ps, prior planning and preparation prevent piss-poor performance, which is not dissimilar. And the fact that I applied the 7 Ps means I knew what your mother's advice to you was. So at least we've passed that hurdle.
You've lost me.
Have I?
Yeah, I'm not very good at military.
Really?
Unlike your brother. Was it your brother or
He was
your
an
mother?
army colonel, yeah. The
Okay.
7 Ps, prior planning and preparation.
No, I heard the words.
Prevent piss-poor performance. It's not that hard to understand, Roger. Come on.
No, yeah, it reminds me of a joke that a friend of mine who was in the army told me. Hang on. He said, and it was a message sent back from the front to headquarters. And the message was, send reinforcements, we're going to advance. And they did advance, and nothing had happened, and it was a terrible disaster. Eventually, the bloke came back from headquarters, and he went, there you are. And the officer looked at him, he said, what's that? It's from headquarters, sir. I've just come back with that. He said, well, what is it? He said, well, we got a message. It said, send 3 and 4pence, we're going to a dance.
That's a terrible joke.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely terrible joke. Interestingly, about war and army and military, one of the more interesting aspects of your own early life was your father, Eric, who in World War II, and correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, but in World War II, in the early years, was a conscientious objector who drove an ambulance during the Blitz. He later changed his stance on pacifism, joined the Territorial Army, and was commissioned into the 8th Battalion Royal Fusiliers as a second lieutenant on 11th of September 1943. And he was killed 5 months later, on the 18th of February 1944, at Aprilia in Italy during the Battle of Anzio. And you were just 5 months old. And he's now commemorated in Aprilia and at the Casino War Cemetery. And you actually, in 2014, unveiled a memorial to your father and the other war casualties from Aprilia in Italy. And you were made an honorary citizen of Anzio. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there, but I guess the overarching thing for me was, to lose your dad so young was obviously a huge blow, even though I guess you would have known very little about that. My father died when I was not even 1, so I can perhaps understand a little of a sort of complex feeling of not knowing somebody in that position. But secondly, whether your views of military action, of warfare, were remotely dictated to by your father's own positions and shifting positions.
Well, we're all product of our part. He wasn't ever a territorial, by the way.
Oh, he was...
He joined the Royal Fusiliers.
Right.
So he went back to the conscription board after he changed his mind, because he was a conscientious objector in 1939 when he was called up. Because of the 6th commandment, which is thou shalt not kill, as you know.
So he was a very Christian man, wasn't he, your dad?
He was very Christian, yeah. And so when he went back, it was it's an act of heroism, in my view. And so it's something that has coloured my whole life to know that that's what my father did. So he believed that the Nazis had to be fought and that his politics... because by that time he'd become a member of the Communist Party, that his politics trumped his Christianity, and so he had to go and do his duty. But you're right about February the 18th, and you're right about Aprilia, and I did go there to unveil that monument that was all the work of a wonderful old friend of mine who died last year called Harry Schindler, who, interestingly enough...
Was he related to Oskar Schindler, or...?
Harry Schindler?
Yeah. Was he in relation to Oskar Schindler?
I've no idea.
Of Schindler's List?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think he was. He was a vitular in London, but he was also a young soldier on the Anzio bridgehead, 10 years younger than my father was. Right. He was a Sherwood Forester, and he since the war, he moved to Italy, and he started an association for ex-Allied servicemen from Italy. And he saw me do a TV interview when I was trying to find out when my father had died. back in, I think, 2015 when I was traveling around. And he'd no idea who I was. He'd never heard of Pink Floyd.
Really?
Yeah. But he thought, I'm going to try and he did. And so he found the document, the day brief from 8th Battalion Royal Fleet, Z Company. Z Company. My father was a platoon commander in, and they were all killed. They got cut off. It was the big German push to push the bridgehead back into the sea. Anyway, it's a long story, but yes, of course, it's hugely important in my life. Funnily enough, there's a song on my new record, which I've been performing in shows live, that goes, before I was born, my brother used to sit on Daddy's lap when he was home on leave. Daddy'd smoke a cigarette, and sometimes as a jest, he'd blow smoke rings up my big brother's sleeve. More fire, Daddy, my big brother would shout. At least that's how the story has survived. I was mercifully spared the memories that they shared, because I was only 5 months old when Daddy died.
Yeah, you were. Incredibly young. I mean, I assume you have no actual tangible memory of him.
No.
What do you think you've got from him in terms of your personality?
I do the right thing. I'm happy to say that that's something that I've taken with me so far in my life, and I will continue to do the right thing until the day I die.
Do you accept that your idea of the right thing may not always be the right thing?
Well, if it's the right thing for me, I guess it is the right thing. Well, no, I'm not omnipotent or omniscient.
Right. I'm just wondering how.
I haven't yet read all the books. I haven't studied all the wise men throughout history. But none of us have. So we have to take a view, given the piece of history that we're living.
But you accept you could be wrong about things.
This is what you do. What's this little trap you're trying to set?
There's no trap at all.
All right. Well,
I'm wondering how certain you are, because look, you're a controversial guy, so am I.
Okay.
And I followed everything that you've done. I think some of it has been massively overblown. I think some of it there's legitimate criticism to be made. But the overarching theme is you're very opinionated. You speak your mind. I'm only curious whether you have a certainty that you're right, or that you allow for the possibility that however well read you've been about any particular issue, you could occasionally be wrong.
Of course I allow for that possibility. Absolutely. But the foundation of my opinions, for instance, is based on solid things. So the platform upon which I stand by and large is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from the fledgling United Nations on the 10th of December in Paris in 1948. Now, I've read that document, obviously, the 30 articles of it. I've taken them to heart. And it is my belief that we, the people of the world, should observe those basic rights for all our brothers and sisters all over the world, irrespective of their ethnicity or religion.
Well, let me start with an unequivocal agreement. I agree.
Our work here is done. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. There's no point in continuing.
We are going to continue, but actually on that point, it's an important point to reach unanimity over, right? I mean, I agree with you. Everyone should be
I've watched your programme a lot, and I confess, Piers, that you don't always seem to be of the same opinion as me about the 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Well, I've always said that I believe... Look, we're going to come to Israel-Palestine in a moment. I've always said that I believe every Palestinian should be entitled to exactly the same human rights as every Israeli, for example. I've been unwavering on that. Now, we'll come to the war and what's happened and the history and everything in a moment. But first, I wanted to start with Eric Clapton, who recently gave an interview in which he said about you, I love Roger, I love him, we are brothers, and he goes his way about it, and it takes a lot of guts, and he suffers from it terribly. I've seen him sit on the window ledge in tears and say, it's morning here in Manhattan, and I'm in tears again, you know? What did you think of that when he said that?
Eric, well, it's deeply moving to me because we are friends. We go back a long way. Well, we go back to 1985. I hardly met the man before then, but then he made a record with me, Pros and Cons of Hitchhiking, and actually he then persuaded me to tour with it. When we finished making the record, he went, "You are touring with this?" And I went, "No." And he went, because anyway, he went, "No, I'd just left Pink Floyd and whatever." And he said, "You have to, this is great." And I went, "All right, you come in my band as my guitar player then." And he went, "All right." And you could have blown me over, knocked me down with a feather. I was so surprised. I went, "Are you serious, Earl?" And he went, "Yeah, I am. I'll come." So we went on the road, and I've had no regrets. It was brilliant. And we have been very close friends since then. And I think Al became politicized more powerfully than he had been. He's always had a big heart, Eric, and whatever, but over the whole COVID thing.
Yeah, he did.
And the mRNA controversy and I think he was right. But let's not get into that, because that is somebody else's problem, okay? So that's not something that we're going to start thinking about.
What I was struck by what he said was that he used the phrase "a lot of guts." Do you think it's courageous, the stances you take?
I've no idea. That's not for me to say. But I will say this. When I take my stand for human rights, I'm not mucking around. I'm serious about it. And I don't care what they throw at me. And we know who I'm talking about, and they are very powerful.
Well, who are you talking about?
The Israeli lobby, obviously. Actually, it's not just the Israeli lobby, it's the war machine as well. It's the war lobby. Have I paid a price? Yeah, a bit of one, but I've been lucky. You know, I've been very successful in my chosen career. And so I've never wanted for a few quid. I don't invest. I'm not a capitalist.
How much are you worth?
That's none of your business.
It's been reported as over 300 million.
It's none of your business, Piers. Are you deaf? I can see you can read. But you're obviously a little bit deaf. It's none of your business,
curious.
Sunshine.
It's been reported.
Okay.
You admit you're a very wealthy guy.
I'm not going to talk about my personal wealth. It's none of your business, and and it doesn't matter. What does matter is that I have stood up for human rights all my life, ever since the day that I marched, for the first time in 1960 or whenever it was, from Aldermaston to Trafalgar Square, and listened to Bertrand Russell and Canon Collins and Father Trevor Huddleston standing there in Trafalgar Square and explaining to us that the independent nuclear deterrent was a terrible mistake, which it was and which it still is, and which is something that I also say. At the end of every single gig that I do a song called Two Suns in the Sunset, which is a warning about how we might wake up one morning and the Third World War started.
Well, we might, but we might also, if you were Ukrainian, think that actually having a nuclear deterrent might stop Russian dictators invading you.
Well,
we'll come to that.
We'll
come to that.
All right, okay. All right, I hope...
In other words, there are two ways of looking at all these things, and we're going to explore them, right?
There's no two ways of looking at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. You either believe in it or you don't, and you cannot cherry-pick it. And what you said earlier excuse me, don't interrupt. What you said earlier was that all Palestinians should have exactly the same human, religious, civil, legal rights as all Israeli Jews. I agree with that. And when that is one unified democratic state that they live in together with equal human rights for all the citizens of that country, from the River Jordan to the sea, that will be a starting point from which they can all move on. And I hope they do. But it's not for me to say what happened. It's for me to say what I feel about that. Oh, my God, I want to be there standing in that square when that state is declared there. I want to be there on that day to embrace all my brothers and sisters, whether they're Muslim, Druze, agnostic, Christian or Jewish, and whether their nationality was Palestinian or Lebanese or whatever, or Israeli. I want to see them free of the burden of this constant war. So,
but you talk about a state there, not a two-state.
The two-state solution, everybody you know, with an IQ above room temperature agrees is a non-starter because of Eretz Israel and what's happened and all the building in the West Bank and what's happening in Gaza now, of course, as well.
Well, let me play you a clip. This is from a month ago. This was on your YouTube
It's not
channel.
George Galloway, is it?
No, it's from your own YouTube channel.
Okay.
It's called Resist the Genocide, and you said this.
When this is all over, Israel is going to have to apologize, not just to the Palestinians, but to the whole of the rest of the world. So we're very sorry. We got it all completely wrong, and we are now leaving. Okay, we go back to Eastern Europe or the United States or wherever we came from, and leave these people, the Palestinian people, people whose land this is, to, if they can, rebuild and live in peace. Well, hang on, you didn't play the rest of it.
Okay.
Well, it said, of course, any of you want to stay will be welcome to stay as citizens of this new state.
But the state, to be clear, would be Palestine.
Well, my personal opinion is that would be what it should be called. It was called Palestine up to 1948, and it could. But hang on a minute, that's an open discussion.
Well, I haven't asked a question
heard.
yet.
Excuse me, stop interrupting me. I heard somebody suggest the other day it could be called the Holy Land. I actually made that suggestion some time ago, and I've been persuaded away from that idea by conversations I've had with other people. No, it's Palestine. Let's call it Palestine. But that's not my business. That's for all the people who live there to decide.
Yeah, but you say it's not your business, Roger, but with respect, when you say that all the Israelis should just up 7 million of them,
well, hang on,
should just get up and go.
All right, let me have my say. You've just shown that out of context without showing the second half of it. Fine. All right. I look miserable. I'm in Barbados. I'm talking to my phone. When you said that Eric said that he sees me waking up in tears, I do. I am prepared to admit that I am in tears over Gaza every morning when I wake up because I'm only 80 years old. I have never experienced the genocide of a whole people in front of my eyes happening every day. The calumny.
Well, you have.
Well,
with respect, you have. You were born in World War II when there was an actual genocide of Jewish people by the Nazis.
I was that big.
What?
I was that big. I didn't witness
You were alive,
that.
is my point.
Well, but I wasn't talking about being alive. I'm saying I never witnessed it. You can't witness something.
Yeah, but 6 million Jews were killed
You
by
cannot
the
witness
Nazis.
something. Well, I'm not saying they weren't.
Right.
And was that a disgusting, awful crime? Yeah, it was. Just like this one is a disgusting, awful
But
crime.
my question for
There's
you...
no difference.
But Roger, my question for you is this.
Yeah.
When you say that you need to have the whole world saying, we're very sorry, we got it wrong,
Yeah.
we're now leaving, go back to Eastern Europe or the United States or wherever you came from.
Yes.
Do you understand how Israelis feel when they hear that?
Well, it depends which Israelis they are. And frankly, the fact is that something has to be, or would you suggest, no, let's just let them kill all the Palestinians? Why don't we just let them
I believe
kill
there should
them?
be a two-state solution.
Well, it's not going to happen, but I don't want to argue with you about
But nor is your plan. You're not going to have 7 million Israelis being sent back to Europe or the United States.
I
But
tell
you know why?
Let
Because-
me speak on behalf of we, the people of the world, because we, the people of the world, whatever the...
But you don't speak for the whole world, do you?
For God's sake.
Well, come on, Roger. We have a civilised conversation.
No, you can't have a civilized conversation with somebody who constantly interrupts.
Okay. Nor can you speak unfettered without me correcting some of the things you're saying or challenging me. You accept that?
Yeah, I hadn't. I was about to say something,
Okay.
and you're doing it again.
My apologies.
I accept your apology.
Thank you.
Please don't do it again, Piers. Right. Most of the people of the world do not want the Israelis to continue in their inexorable course to the end of their extermination of the indigenous people of Palestine. That's all I'm saying. So something has to happen that is not that. So if you say there are two possible alternatives, a two-state solution, and that's been on the table, let us not forget, certainly since the end of the 67 war. And let's not go back into the old stuff about, oh, well, the Palestinians turned it down. No, they don't. That is a barefaced lie.
What Arafat did.
No, he didn't. That is a barefaced lie. I'm not going to argue the toss with you. I know it is. If you don't know it is, you haven't yet done the read.
Oh, I have. And I've actually interviewed people like Bill Clinton who were involved in it.
Bill Clinton? Dear God. Anyway, I won't go.
You would believe Arafat over Clinton?
Of course.
Really?
Yeah. Arafat's dead, sadly. But you see, this is what I shouldn't get sucked into. Because the you're wrong, I'm right nature of this program is what's wrong with it. I know you think
but that
it's
isn't
what's
the nature
right
of the
with
program.
it.
It's you say something and I challenge you, and maybe you change my mind, which by the way, you might do.
It's the you're wrong, I'm right, confrontational. It's the confrontation, which is what you get. It's your clicks.
Well, why are you here?
Confrontation.
Out of interest.
I'll tell you why I'm here. Because we're having a general election in England at the moment. And I've come over here to help 4 or 5 people who are standing as independents in different constituencies in the United Kingdom. Because they, like me, believe in human rights. Keir Starmer doesn't and Rishi Sunak don't. They've shown it. And one of the ways they've shown it is in their support for the state of Israel and to continue to arm Israel, its genocide of the Palestinian people. Now, those people include Andrew Feinstein. Andrew Feinstein is standing as an independent in the constituency of Holborn and St Pancras against Keir Starmer, who is the possible incumbent Prime Minister of this country. So if we, Andrew Feinstein and his team mainly, but if I can help him, I will, get a majority of the people to vote for him, to Feinstein, instead of Starmer, to forget the general politics of the United Kingdom for a moment and to accept that the most important thing that we're all fighting for at the moment is around Gaza and around the extermination of the people of Palestine, because what we're fighting for is the soul of the human race. We're fighting to try and achieve a future where we understand that things like right and wrong exist, and we have to stand up for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No, not yet. Andrew Feinstein will, and Keir Starmer won't. We know Keir Starmer's a bought man. I wouldn't believe him, if... Well, we know Keir Starmer. We've known...
Well, George Galloway last week told me he would trust Vladimir Putin over Keir Starmer. Would you?
Did he? Well, obviously. You only have to listen to what the two men say.
You would believe Putin over Starmer?
Why not? But why would they be having a conversation about anything apart from let's make Ukraine into a NATO country, which...
Well, we'll come to Ukraine. Can I just pick you up on one thing you said? We have to have a conversation.
I haven't finished about Andrew Feinstein. Excuse me. So that's deeply important. There are others. There are 2 young women who I interviewed a couple of days ago, and they're up. Double Down News, man. Go check it. All right. Okay, one is called Fiona Lally, and she's a young... Well, I think you've spoken to her. Maybe you have, maybe you have. And then there's Leanne Mohammed, who's standing in North Ilford, okay? And then there's my friend Craig Murray, who's standing up in, how many holes are there? Blackburn, Lancashire. See, I went to the Beatles
You're a Beatles fan, you see?
You have to, and whatever. And George, obviously, is in Rochdale, is he? So if I can help swing any of those constituencies towards these people who believe in human rights, away from somebody like Starmer or Wes Streetley, who don't believe in human rights, they just don't. You have to look at their record and you say, yes, you must speak.
So I understand that, that you and many people share your view that they believe that Israel is perpetrating a genocide on Gaza. And you talk about wanting to eliminate the people of Gaza. But surely that clip that I played, when you talk about the Israelis having to go back to where they come from...
If they could apologise for what they're doing... Obviously...
No, but Roger, let me ask a question.
Okay.
On that point of wherever you come from, back to Eastern Europe, wherever you come from, to tell 7 million people to go back where they come from, many people would view that as racist, and in the case of Israelis, to
Yeah.
be anti-Semitic, something you've been accused of being. Now, do you understand why they would take it that way?
Absolutely, of course I do. We have to remember that most of the population of Israel are young, much younger than me, even younger than you, if such a thing was possible. And they have been pretty well brainwashed into believing that they are superior to the other people who live there. And I have to say, the thing about Eastern Europe or Northeastern Europe and the United States, they've tried to sell us this idea that somehow they are biblical people and that God has given them the land. That's what the Christian evangelicals believe.
Well, look,
All I'm saying is that they're not indigenous people, most of them. There are a few of the Jewish people who are citizens of Israel who are indigenous to the area. But back in the 19th century, that was only 7 or 8% of the population.
Can I respond?
Yes, of course.
So ancient Egyptian records mention Israel from 1213 BC. Religious literature records Israelites as far back as 1500 BC. As far as many Jewish people are concerned, this is where they come from. Right? Within Judaism, Israel is the Holy Land. It's the land where the faith began. Jerusalem is the holy city. For Jews, Jerusalem is at the core of their faith and their world. Now, I believe you're an atheist. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you may not understand or accept that, but that is how millions of people in Israel feel. They believe this is their original holy land. Now, I think that the displacement of the Palestinians back in 1948 was appalling.
Difference with RFK when it comes to the analysis of that conflict too. Pretty crazy, but let's keep going because Jordan makes some more great points.
Bring myself to support him.
I don't know that that's a pa-dum-pum, but okay. Maybe it's a different sound effect. Look,
Jake,
I think his vice president is even worse on vaccines, the vice presidential candidate, like to the point where it's super awkward. But I would
RFK,
actually
not bad enough.
Now you got me defending him a little bit. Like he says free market, but that's the problem with RFK Jr., which is when he says free market on the climate change stuff, and then I press him on it, he says, well, free market, except I would make them pay their externalities, which is not free.
He's doing exactly what people who support Donald Trump do all the time. Basically, he'll say something, and then they'll be like, no, he didn't mean it like that. This is what he actually meant. Because trust me, you don't know Donald like I know Donnie. Donnie says whatever. He reads the room. He plays it back. Oh, come on. You don't know Donnie like I know Donnie. Do you know Donnie like
It's
that?
also what Cenk himself does constantly when it comes to like, oh, I support Bernie, but also I love capitalism and I'm, a democratic capitalist, but also trust me, I'm a huge lefty. Like, you know what I'm saying? He kind of loves to play that game himself.
Yeah, it's all LARPing. But anyway, we can keep going. I just think that's hilarious. Yeah.
Market, that's massive regulation saying, hey, if you're polluting or you're doing things that are adding to climate change, I'm going to increase your costs dramatically, which is actually the most extreme, but in a positive way, climate change proposal. But I don't know which one he actually means. That's one part of my issue. If I thought he really meant I'm going to enforce our externalities on them, that would probably tip me over and I would vote for him. Do you see why that would be way more left than anything that anybody else is proposing?
If he was telling the truth, though. So I think the problem with him is he says what he thinks the person he's talking to wants to hear. That's one example. Abortion is another example. Him and Shanahan have completely changed their stances multiple times on abortion. They've ranged from no restrictions in one interview, and then when pressed on it, oh no, there would be restrictions. Then it was varying numbers of weeks in the pregnancy where they would enforce a restriction. And at one point, a reporter asked, "Hey, there's no real clear plan in your platform, on your website about your abortion stance. What is it?" And he goes, "You tell me. What should it be?" Like, I just don't trust him at all. I think he's a politician who is saying anything he can to increase his support. He's not going to get elected. I mean, he can't. He doesn't have the math is not there. So it seems like a wasted vote.
I don't know about a couple of things you said, Jordan. I hear you.
Like what?
So number one, on abortion, you're totally right that he's all over the map and that he's doing it on purpose to try to appeal to both sides. But he did land on Roe v. Wade, right? So I read it because I had to get ready for the interview, et cetera. So Shanahan said things that weren't Roe v. Wade.
Just this is crazy because he's like, well, hey man, I know he's changed his position like 4 or 5 times, but don't worry. I read one of those.
How many game switches has Justin made today so far?
He's gonna keep it on. You know, I'm just saying. Yeah, I know you saw him say a bunch of other shit, but I read somewhere that he also said
You're the biggest hater.
I'm pretty sure that's what he actually meant. I know the guy. He's a good guy. He probably thinks like I do.
We gotta fix your tensions, man.
Yeah, you know. Anyway. Right after his man gave him a hand job, so it was real clear-eyed, you know.
Okay, so I'll take it, but I'm worried because he's all over the map and he's trying to please
I'm
everyone.
the sanest American,
right?
man.
And in terms of whether he could win, he was at 20 points. But man, they got to just, if they give him town halls and he gets to make his case and he says some of the things like, hey, you know what, on housing, I'm not going to let the private equity guys buy the houses. That is going to be supernova popular. Okay, and then can he get past 20 points? Yeah, especially when one of the candidates is barely alive.
No,
so I don't know. So, but yeah, I asked, hey, is anyone on the left?
Commentator. This is crazy, guys. I'm sorry, I have to pull that off for a second. This man covers
politics. Yeah, you want to bet like 11.
Makes millions of dollars doing it, or at one point did. He's probably squandered much of his fucking market share at this point with horrible, just shallow and unreasonable analysis, but. I lost my train of thought. I don't even care to respond to what he's saying anymore. He's basically saying like, "Oh, don't worry. He's gonna say that he's gonna give everybody a house, and then the math doesn't matter. 6 states on the ballot, write-in campaign. Everybody's gonna show out. He just has to get on camera and say something he's already said on camera like 3 or 4 times. But trust me, I know how to run a presidential campaign. I got to half of 1% in single poll. Like, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. He's delusional. And on top of that, he doesn't talk about the fact that he's literally only on like 6 states ballots right now. He does not have a path to the Electoral College at this point. The only people who do are Chase Oliver and I believe Jill Stein.
Yep.
Nobody else has a path
freaking
to
hot today.
What's it? 271 or whatever.
270,
I think.
It's wetting my ass off.
Yep.
So
Jake doesn't even bother to grapple with that after Jordan points it out to him that he's not even a viable candidate because of that.
On the 3rd floor, I'm like,
it's
oh
just
my God,
pathetic to me because like I get it. It's not fun as a political commentator or a horse race commentator to just sit here and be like, yep, it's basically between Biden or Trump,
like,
guys. Like that's not sexy, but that's what Jake used to do. You know, that's what he used to do. That is his position. That you got to just vote for the Democrat. And that's not necessarily our position. You know, we've always advocated for third-party candidates.
I'm voting for Jill Stein. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we've always talked about the importance of building third parties. Something which, by the way, is completely absent from Jake's analysis and why he thinks it's important to support RFK because RFK is not part of a third party that actually could be built. Even if he were to reach 5%, 10%, whatever, it would just all dissipate. It would just basically it's basically just a self-enrichment scheme for RFK and a way for him to get more attention in the media.
I was going to put them up on top of that rock there.
There's nothing actually being built here, which is why Zach and I actually advocate for the Green Party, and it's also why when Cornel West left the Green Party to become independent, we were kind of like, you're on your own, bro, because what the hell's the point? This isn't just about you. It's about the third party movement. And if you're going to ask people to essentially throw their vote away and vote for someone who's not going to win the general election, then you better at least promise them that there's something actually being built, that there's actually a project you're contributing to politically outside of just a protest vote where you go into the ballot box and say, I don't like the Democrat or the Republican, so I'm going to vote for Donald Duck or whatever the fuck, like that's basically what the
Is it
RFK
in
campaign
NYC?
is. It's just like a, pissing and
Sounds
moaning.
like it'll be a good day.
Like, I'm anti-establishment.
Supposed to rain,
I don't like the
supposedly.
Democrats.
Yeah.
But nothing is being built. And even if RFK got to
got, like-
15%, nothing, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't
options.
ensure federal funding for the RFK party
So is it
in
just
2028.
completely
No.
in
He's
the
just gonna
city,
go
or
back
is
to
it
being a
at
rich,
like a
sick
specific
fuck.
It's at a park.
Also, I wanted to throw
Like
this up
that,
on screen
one
real
of the
quick
really
too,
big
because
parks, I forget what it's called.
it's not getting enough attention. This Vanity
There's
Fair
one other
article
than
came
Central?
out a couple days ago,
Yeah.
and most people focused on the rape allegation, or rather the sexual assault allegation
And the
against
dog
his
eating.
nanny, and then the dog, which he supposedly ate, which may or may not have been a
Sounds
goat.
like it'll
I've
be
seen
fun.
it go before, bro.
If it doesn't
Anyway,
rain
this
like
is
crazy.
actually
It doesn't
a
rain.
crazy,
Doesn't
crazy
rain
article
like
that I
crazy.
don't think is getting
Clayton
enough
Sorcerer, why do you
attention,
have
and that
a
I
6
didn't even
gig
really
update?
know about fully. So
What
I
the
wanted to
hell?
talk about this too, and
Clayton
how
Sorcerer,
RFK
isn't that
actually
a VR
represents a
game?
very
Yep.
unique threat to the
play
public
VR?
health.
Yeah.
That not even Donald Trump
I
or
haven't
Joe
in a
Biden
while.
represent. And honestly, in my opinion, this makes
Is it
either the
from
Democrat
the
or Republican,
headset?
and in many ways actually preferable
Yeah,
to
'cause I have
RFK, even if he was a
astigmatism, so the
viable
headsets,
candidate,
until
just given
they,
how
like,
batshit crazy his policy on
make it
vaccines is.
cheaper to
So
have
as it says here, with
a,
each public and private
those lenses
rejection,
that can be on
whether
my
the retraction of his
prescription.
Rolling Stone article
I don't think
or
you
his
guys are gonna
breakups
happen
with
for me.
environmental groups, Kennedy
Yeah, me
dug in
either.
deeper and deeper. Increasingly, his anti-vaccine
Have
work
two
was taking
stigmatisms.
precedent.
I
In
think
2018,
I got-
Kennedy
Yeah, Nate's
involved
glasses are
himself in a
basically
largely forgotten
binoculars.
vaccine
Last time I was
controversy
at
in the
the
American
doctor,
Samoan Islands. That year,
I got
2
diagnosed
children
with it in the
died
left
after
eye.
receiving the MMR vaccine, sparking an
Yeah,
island-wide
But I haven't-
furor.
always tells me
Though it was
I'm
later
blind,
revealed that 2
but I don't
nurses made a
believe 'em.
critical error administering the vaccines, accidentally
'Cause I go to
introducing
work every
expired
day without my
muscle
glasses,
relaxants
and
into
I
the
feel like I
formula.
do fine.
Kennedy's nonprofit took to social media to hype the deaths as
Yeah, I
evidence
can't
of
really
vaccine
see without
danger.
mine
So it wasn't the
anymore.
vaccine fault. It was these 2 nurses who accidentally put expired muscle relaxants in the formula that
should bring
killed
mine
these
tomorrow
2
just in
kids in
case.
American Samoa, not the vaccine. But under public pressure, the Samoan prime minister halted MMR vaccines on the island. In June of
do
2019,
something about all
Kennedy
these freaking
and his
shadow
wife Cheryl
Pokemon I
Hines
have.
flew to Samoa, lending
40
lending
shot on
celebrity
the chops.
wattage to local anti-vaccine
gonna
advocates,
purify a
giving
lot of
press
mine,
interviews,
but-
and taking a private
This is a lot
meeting
of
with the
Stardust to do
PM.
that.
Yeah,
Over the
and I
ensuing
don't
month,
have much.
the island was hit
Yeah.
with the
I
largest
haven't played
measles
Pokemon
outbreak
Go
in
in
its
a bit.
history, infecting over 5,000
like
citizens,
max
killing
CP
83
of
people,
Pokemon
most
takes
of them
like
children.
50,
The outbreak
500,000.
was so lethal, the prime minister declared a state of emergency and offered mandatory vaccinations, eventually curtailing the spread. Later, one of Kennedy's biggest critics, a pediatrician and member
Yeah,
of the
apparently I
FDA's
did buy
advisory
that,
committee on vaccines,
that
Paul
egg
Offit,
boost.
told PBS that RFK
Oh, I
Jr.
didn't
has
get it.
everything to do with
So I
that.
should be hatching
And that
like
shows
crazy.
you how disinformation can kill. And I think he's 100% correct. Even though obviously RFK wasn't literally the person in a position of power making those decisions, he absolutely used his influence and his celebrity to cause this policy. And literally led to the deaths of over 80 people and the infections of almost
French were like
6,000. Of
downpours
course,
yesterday
no one
for like
really heard
15
about
minutes
this or
when I was
cared about
outside
it
and I
because
got
they were
Yeah, but it
brown
just
people
stopped.
living in American
I
Samoa.
know, like, as soon as I got
but you better
back
fucking
inside, I'm
believe
like, are
we
you
would have heard
fucking
about
kidding
it.
me?
So
And a
weird.
lot of people would have cared about it
I
if
was
these were
swamped,
people living
man.
in Idaho or Arizona or wherever else. But basically, RFK and his anti-vax cohort just used these poor people in American Samoa as like their fucking guinea pigs, like their fucking, experiments to find out, oh, is my stupid ass, pop theory about vaccines causing autism or causing death, is it true? Let's find out. No one's going to give a shit if we take this island of poor people and tweak
That
their
we colonized, by the way. It's called American Samoa because we don't give them fucking autonomy. We literally, it is an active colony of the United States that he did this experimentation on. That is true, Gavin. Thank you for bringing that up. Holy shit, that's horrifying. 5,700 people infected with the measles after that on a small island. American Samoa, dude, I mean, how big is that?
tiny.